was a hoax, planned, scripted, or not?
Had to be scripted.
Staged. I don't know how you. I mean, there's just no way. Like, I doubt Duquesne has like top level security, but
if you're one of those, I mean, first of all, you probably know you're getting it delivered to an arena if you're taking the order. But once you're there, if you're the Uber Eats guy, there's no way you're actually seeking out somebody in the crowd, is there?
They're saying that he was wearing a mic, so it was a stunt.
100%.
Was it the school or some people just filming that? Forrester, what do we have?
I have no idea who's behind it, but the guy's wearing a mic, so it's 100%
stunt. Forrester's on to him.
See, we got to start punishing people like that.
Punishing? You want them caned?
No,
like a trash?
No, I'm an American. I think though the trespassing charges, so we got to start doing that. Or what's next? We're going to be interrupting big sporting events for people trying to get TikTok hits and stuff.
I think most big time sporting events, you never get on the floor right there. That's what I was saying about Duquesne is I doubt they've got top level security, but even that. It's almost impossible to get down on the floor in a game. Do you know how many security people you got to pass to do that?
You see how many times that you saw that video and then it's been on ESPN all morning long of him walking out there? It's a bad precedent to set.
Oh, it's a terrible precedent to set. I assumed from the get-go, the first time I saw the video, I can't remember who shared it on Twitter last night. First time I watched it, I was like, this is an Uber Eats promotion.
Well, I mean, it's always my first place to go is it's a stunt.
Yeah.
Like I can't, and I don't even like showing these videos anymore or anything, but like the Cowboy fan who grabbed his TV and was walking outside, this TV is broken.
Totally staged.
And throwing it outside. Why would we even click on that?
Why would somebody film him doing that?
Yeah, like the Cowboy guy that punched his TV set. Did you see that? I mean, his TV screen. There's no way people are let's video the end of the game. I mean... Well, yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, it's clearly staged. I assume Duquesne needs the money. Uber Eats wanted to deal with them, so they took a little under the table. All right, look, we're going to do this. You can't tell anybody because it's going to make us look bad. But here's the money from Uber Eats, 100%.
Oregon gets Tysheem Johnson, 2-year starter at Ole Miss, a safety. He leaves Ole Miss portal. He's at Oregon now. Dan Lanning bringing some SEC cast-off portal people out to Oregon to plug some holes on his team out there. And did you see Chuck Dunlap, our friend from the SEC, his tweet yesterday? It has been, and I went back and looked at this, week 12 of 2019, the college football playoff rankings, LSU was number 1. Then Ohio State ascended to number 1, but then LSU got it back in week 16, carried it into the playoffs, and won the national championship. Since LSU took back over in the college football playoff rankings by the committee, the one that matters the most, the SEC has been number 1 every week since week 16 of 2019 of every college football playoff ranking.
That is pretty remarkable.
Since then, with 4 different teams.
Wow.
LSU, then it was Alabama all of 2020. Then it was Georgia, Alabama, Georgia in 2021. And this year, remember, Tennessee first. And then it was Georgia.
You know, I had forgotten Tennessee was number 1.
I kept forgetting that.
Yeah.
And I wonder if in the past, what was it? Mississippi State was number 1.
Yeah. You just saw the tweet. He just had it up there. But Chuck pointing that out as a little SEC flex there from
that's
him.
a pretty big flex, I would say. Yeah.
So since the Week 16 ranking, LSU, it has been LSU, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Georgia. The SEC has been the only number 1 ranked team in all the college football playoff rankings. Pretty amazing run there from the SEC. That's one of those things I think Chuck says, cleaning out some old stuff in the office, stumbled across this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We just have this flex laying around in the office.
Who knew?
Yeah. All right. We are back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live Friday show now, and as they say over in the chat room, happy Football Friday, everyone, says Jay. Not many of those left, Brownie, just 2 more of those.
Don't tell me that, gentlemen.
Until we pack it up. We do AFC NFC Championship coming up on Sunday, and then in a couple of weeks we'll do the Super Bowl. We'll talk a lot about those 2 games on Sunday coming up in a little bit. Also, UAB gets a basketball win last night, much needed. We'll get into that and the lack of jelly down on the south side. That's a conversation everybody's having in our area. I tell you, there are days I come in that there are not a lot of things that excite me on my sheet.
Right.
Just a few of them.
Yeah.
I got 1,000 things on here that I love today.
Okay, good.
A full 1,000.
That makes it easy on me and Brown. We can just sit back, you reel them off, and
Well, I
we'll
could have
react.
taken the day off if you'd have let me know.
1,000 fun things that we'll talk to you guys about over the next 4 hours live. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Rockstar's on tour. Second night in Lexington, Kentucky, if you want to go see him tonight. Knoxville, Tennessee tomorrow. Tyler is behind the board today, punching everything. Tyler, wave at your camera over there, the Tyler camera. Don't forget the Next Round store over there behind him. There is, who is that? Forrester. Lunsford will be here shortly, I assume. We got Taylor Korn handling everything social media at Next Round Live. Let's start with college football news. A little firing this morning. I had not even seen it yet when Brownie walked in the door and he said, man, can you believe Josh Gaddis is fired at Miami? I said, Josh Gaddis is fired at Miami?
I'm not surprised he is fired. I'm surprised he is fired at this point. I mean, you didn't fire him when the season ended after Miami's offense was awful this year.
It was terrible.
Now, Josh Gaddis is a year removed from being the Frank Broyles Award winner for the best assistant coach in America after a really good year at Michigan. Follows Mario Cristobal to Miami, and Lance, they took a massive step backwards in offense.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for a head coaching example, I guess Gene Chizik. Would that be fair, winning a national championship and then completely falling off? He was National Coach of the Year that year. I mean, Gaddis seemed to have a ton of momentum, and he was going a place where, you know, there's supposed to be this great rebuild. You've got a stud quarterback in Tyler Van Dyke, and production just completely falls off. They were 86th nationally in total offense. And we talked about this, the timing is very strange where we are on this. If this happens first week of December because the offense was so bad, okay, I can stomach that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You do it right after the season. Yeah, their offense stunk. I could see him firing the guy, making a change. You do it January 27th.
This usually, to me, something happened. There's a blow up. There's an altercation between Mario Cristobal and Josh Gaddis, or something else has happened.
Well, I think you're right. You brought this up in our prep office earlier today that you think you could see flirtation with Josh Gaddis and another head coach / program.
Well, who's got open offensive coordinator
That
jobs?
could be one. I mean, very simple. It's like Mario Cristobal, who obviously has his roots in Tuscaloosa as well. Josh Gaddis has been there before. I mean, even if he was talking to Nick Saban, that could piss Mario Cristobal off.
Oh, yeah. Look, and I'll tell you this. Watching Michigan's offense last year under Gaddis, the first year that they get to a college football playoff, that offense was pretty good. Yeah. But watching Miami's offense this year, that offense was so bad it kind of erased everything that I saw in 2021.
But also when you're together both as assistants and then you end up one's the head coach and one the coordinator, you can take Alabama out of this. You could butt heads. Just with your boss, a guy that maybe you think you're a better head coach candidate if you're Josh Gaddis than Mario Cristobal is. Maybe you're the one that everybody in the office is scapegoating after a bad season. Maybe everyone in the office is saying, Tyler Van Dyke was good before Josh Gaddis got here. Yeah. And it could just eventually bubble up. It could be something like that. It doesn't have to be Alabama related. It could be just two alpha males rubbing each other the wrong way.
No, it could be, but let's stay with the Alabama theme. We saw
That's the most interesting idea. Yes.
Well, we saw the reaction yesterday with Todd Grantham possibly coming to Tuscaloosa, or taking over as defense coordinator, I should say. I think we get the same reaction with Josh Gaddis. Well, maybe not as bad as Grantham, but I don't think anybody would be excited about Gaddis.
We ended up talking about something else. But I wanted to circle back to that and say, if you're an Alabama fan and you end up now, the reason we're talking about Todd Grantham is Chris Lowe just mentioned him in passing yesterday. Like, hey, Todd Grantham has been there as an analyst. He and Nick Saban have a background, if he hired him. I don't think Chris was reporting he's going to hire him. Maybe Chris was saying he's a possibility. And, boy, the reaction of the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room was the end of the world if you hired Todd Grantham.
Now, that sounds like maybe Chris reached back out and texted you and said, hey, can you clarify for
Chris,
what I said? Okay.
Chris and I did text afterwards, and I think Chris stands by what he said there. And again, I don't think Chris was saying it's imminent, but I do think Chris was saying it's a guy Nick Saban would consider. But I was thinking in the office, if Alabama ends up with Todd Grantham as defensive coordinator and Josh Gaddis as offensive coordinator, Alabama fans are going to probably feel about as negative going into the season as they have in a long time.
But let's relive a little history here and help me fill in the gaps here because I'm doing this off the top of my head. Josh Gaddis, when he left Alabama and went to Michigan, he burned some bridges, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't think you ever burned bridges with Nick Saban.
Yeah, I don't know if he did or didn't.
Yeah.
But didn't he burn bridges? I mean, Nick Saban, you're saying is okay to build bridges back if it's good for him.
Well, if it works for Alabama and it's good for Nick Saban and it's the guy he wants to hire. I mean, Lance Thompson, as Travis Ryer said the day he was on with us the other day, Lance Thompson basically detonated the Lurleen B. Wallace Bridge on his way out of Tuscaloosa, and he still came back.
Yeah.
So I don't think – I mean, I think you got to go a really long way to burn a bridge badly enough that if Nick Saban thinks you can coach, he's not going to hire you back.
I think one of the few guys that he would ever hire back is Lane Kiffin.
That he would never hire back?
Never hire back.
Yeah, like if Lane got fired by Ole Miss tomorrow – and he's like, hey, Nick, I'll be your offensive coordinator.
Or if Lane called right now and said, you know what, this Ole Miss thing ain't for me. I'd rather be your OC.
I'd rather be an assistant.
I'm tired of being a head coach.
He would say, you stay in Oxford.
You think you would? Yeah.
I think he would. I could be completely wrong on that, but we're just talking about burning bridges and things we've heard, but I could be wrong.
But Gaddis, it did feel like burned a bridge when he left Ann Arbor to go to Miami.
Yeah. When you leave as the offensive coordinator and you just won the Broyles Award, you were just in the college football playoff to go to Miami. It didn't really make any sense. And in retrospect, it was a terrible move. I mean, not only do you get fired, but if you would have been with Michigan, things wouldn't have been much different. You would have been a playoff this year. And you know what? You probably would have been a head coach. I mean, what were some of the jobs that opened? Remind me. I know it's been a full month since we did this, but Josh Gaddis would have been one of the hottest names as an offensive coordinator that won a Broyles in back-to-back appearances.
Well, Wisconsin was open. Wisconsin was open.
So two-time OC at Michigan in the college football playoffs.
All right.
Wisconsin, Nebraska.
Because Wisconsin was open,
maybe
Cincinnati was open.
Yeah.
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I mean, there were jobs that a Broyles Award winner could have gotten. There's no doubt.
Well, and Purdue.
Yeah, Purdue was open, and they ended up hiring that guy's an offensive guy from Illinois, right? So, I mean, Josh Gaddis, had he stayed at Michigan and probably just done what he did the year before, which he probably could have, he would have been a head coach somewhere right now.
It would be interesting, though, Dunaway. These stays are so short. If, back to your point, if Gaddis is one of these ego guys and butts heads with Nick Saban, with Jim Harbaugh, gets out, now Cristobal, if that is the trend, then you become known as a toxic guy. And I hate to just throw that out there, but again, the timing is weird and we're just speculating here.
Yeah, we'll see what Josh Gaddis ends up doing and why he's out at Miami, but that news going this morning. It is worth noting that something we pointed out preseason going into last year, that Miami and Mario Cristobal and Josh Gaddis had inherited a really good quarterback in Tyler Van Dyke, and over the course of one football season, they broke Tyler Van Dyke. He was not the same quarterback that he was his sophomore year as he was his freshman year. He's coming back for his junior year at Miami, and it may be, a Tyler Van Dyke, Josh Gaddis rub each other the wrong way situation.
Well, maybe, if you would have told me Tyler Van Dyke was going to throw for 10 touchdowns, because he had 25 his freshman year, and that was abbreviated because he didn't even start the first month of the season. But if you would have told me better chance of, and I can't even remember who Miami's layups were on their schedule, but Van Dyke throwing 10 touchdowns in one game against one of these D2 schools, or 10 for the entire season as the starter, I would have said one game. I would have said they score 80 points, he throws 10 touchdowns in a game.
And so you guys don't have to look it up at home. 23.6 points per game is all Miami scored last year. And in modern day football, that doesn't win you the Broyles Award as an offensive coordinator.
It doesn't, but I'm also not willing to put every bit of this at the feet of Josh Gaddis. I don't think Mario Cristobal is a great head football coach. So I think he's got to wear some of this too.
Oh, I would agree with you.
I think he's overrated. And look, Gaddis, it fell off. I don't know what happened. But I think Mario Cristobal's probably got to look in the mirror at this too. And, he's not by any stretch of the imagination. Like, I think Miami is married. I feel like with Cristobal, that even if it is scraping the bottom of the harbor, they're going to have to stick with him.
Yeah, this is a Jimbo Fisher situation.
Like they've paid him a ton. He's one of theirs. They've made such a massive deal about, quote unquote, stealing him from Oregon and him coming back home. I mean, I don't know how bad it would have to get for them to move on from him.
More importantly, the millionaires have invested in Mario Cristobal more than they invested in Miami. That program was hurting for investing fresh money, and Cristobal brought the fresh money. Those guys are all in on Cristobal.
Yeah, and at some point, and power boosters are not quick to do this, but at some point, if you're a power booster at Miami, you would have to stop and say, maybe it's us. I mean, we just went and got the absolute guy we wanted. If you told us we could have hired anybody in America, we went and hired that guy. And if they're not being successful, I mean, at some point you got to look in the mirror and say, maybe it's us.
Charlie in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Gaddis got his feelings hurt when Michigan told him he wasn't a candidate to replace Harbaugh when Harbaugh was flirting with the NFL. Thanks for that information, Charlie, over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We'll continue the conversation on football, something we already knew, but it's being reported by a reliable Alabama source in a second. Our friends at Wayne's want to say thank you for 50 years. Thank you for 50 years of business with our friends at Wayne's. They're saying thank you to their loyal customers and the communities they've served the last 50 years with a $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service right now. $50 off each one of those. This offer is good through February 28th. You have to use the promo code TNR. TNR is the promo code. Again, this offer is good for existing customers. Brown, turn that sign. And new customers as well. Existing or new customers, it doesn't matter. You get $50 off your pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. They're stackable, so if you sign up for the pest and lawn service, you get $50 off each of those, totaling $100. You sign up for 3 services, $150, so on and so on. Offer good through February 28th. Our friends at Wayne's. TNR is the promo code. Where's some good places? I don't have a website here for Wayne's. You just go to their website.
Just callwaynes.com.
Callwaynes.com. That's where you go. Callwaynes.com and check that offer out. And remember, use the promo code TNR. Callwaynes.com. And I'm going to butcher Tony's last name, who covers Alabama. Tony Tsoukalis?
Sure.
Is that it? Reporting yesterday that Jeremy Pruitt has been on campus. Has been seen on campus a couple of times this week over the last few days. That's not news.
It is not. No, I think Jeremy
right?
has made it known. He will take the job, man. All you got to do is ask.
In other words, he's not sneaking around in Tuscaloosa. He's not trying to dodge and avoid eyeballs.
He might be trying to, but based on the amount of people that have told me they saw him there over the last week, he ain't doing a good job of it.
And I think Jeremy is enjoying this campaign that is behind him. Alabama fans saying, this is the guy we really want.
Yeah. I think the big problem becomes what Chris Lowe talked about on our show yesterday. What collateral damage comes with hiring him, and how much is Nick Saban willing to absorb that and say, I'll take that on. I'm not worried about it. I do know that, excuse me, one issue is he's got active litigation against the University of Tennessee, or at least I don't know that he's actually filed. Did he threaten to file, or has he filed a lawsuit? Whatever it is. I do think the SEC would look at that and say, come on, man, it's going to be hard for us to have a coordinator in our conference that is actively suing another school in our conference.
But I'm just going to assume, and I think Sexton represents Jeremy now, right?
I'm pretty certain, yep.
I would assume that they could get together and say, you know what, if we can sign a 5-year deal worth $2.2 million a year for Alabama, a 5-year, $12 million deal, we'll drop this lawsuit.
Well, I'm going to guess, Dunaway, if Alabama went to Pruitt and said, look, here's the thing standing in the way. This lawsuit is an absolute problem. Yep. If Pruitt wants to coach bad enough, he drops the lawsuit. I mean, if that is an issue.
It's the old assassin game where everybody's pointing a gun at each other, and you put that down.
Yeah.
I'll put this down.
Mexican standout.
Yeah, it's 3 people, and we're all shooting each other.
Or Murder in Savannah on The Office, where they all have the guns up.
Savannah. Got to make it serious.
Is it like molasses?
I know you didn't like the movie. The best was Reservoir Dogs, though.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing there. All right. So that's the Jeremy Pruitt.
By the way, it
news.
doesn't end well for anyone.
That's true.
Rarely, when everybody's pointing guns at it, it never ends well for anyone.
One shot, and then it's just a hell of fire after that.
Big show coming up. I'll tell you who's on the show and our UAB basketball conversation right after I tell you about Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Easy to see why Greg's one of the best businessmen in the area because he is so caring about the community. He's been part of it for over 20 years, right? He's got 10 kids. Some of them now part of his business at Storm Restoration Roofing as well. He and his wife run the company. The number I give you on the air here is actually his cell number. So if you need your roof inspected, if you need roof repaired after any of these wind storms that blow through or thunderstorms that blow through or a tree falls on your roof, if you lose a shingle, maybe you just need that roof inspected, you call this number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. That gives you right to Greg Nelson. That's his cell number, Greg from Pell City. You can look him up on Facebook. He's A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. He is a guy that really loves to say thank you to our active military, reservists, and veterans as well. He's got some special offers for you out there. So if you know a military person who has served our country or is serving our country right now, he's got some pipe jack boots, flashing gutter services that it can do for you. Some of those are absolutely free. And everybody gets that free no-cost roof inspection. Absolutely free, no cost, no obligation. Greg will check out your roof, 205-542-3531, or look him up, Greg from Pell City. Cut number one, Tyler, as we talk a little UAB basketball, wasn't looking good for UAB last night. They're down at the half. Andy's on our show earlier this week saying, man, we just need a win. We just need a win. Jelly Walker was a late scratch the game before this. So La Tech, you had to say it was a game-time decision. And then all of a sudden, boom, you look at the end of the bench, and who's there in street clothes?
Jelly Walker.
Jelly
not
Walker,
playing.
not playing again. And it becomes very obvious at this point. It's about pain tolerance. What can Jelly put up with? How many minutes can he play with that foot injury? Because the great doctors at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, have told him that there's no damage that can be done. It's just a tissue problem, and you got to go out there and play.
Yeah, he's cleared to play by the doctors. Yeah.
So it becomes pain tolerance at this point.
Well, I hate to say this, and we like Jellies on the show every week, but, this could affect his draft stock. I mean, it really could. I think Jelly's probably a second-round guy anyway, but I want a guy that's got a high threshold of pain tolerance. Do you not?
Well, I mean, if you're going to play in 82 games in the NBA, some of those back-to-backs, there are some painful moments in the NBA.
Have to play through some pain.
Yeah,
and right now, my question for Jelly would be, why are you not playing?
Well, that is the big question.
At least give it a go.
And I think this is a fair statement. I think this is a fair statement. You asked this question, is it me or we? And I think that when you're injured, you're injured. But at some point, it becomes a me or we situation when you're part of a team. And I think that's the question people are starting to ask a little bit about Jelly Walker. Is it me or we? How much can you come back and help the team? And without him, this team is maybe a second-place team in CUSA, maybe a third place, maybe a fourth-place team. They don't seem to be the same NCAA threat they are when they have Jelly Walker on the floor. Yeah, whether it's for 4 minutes, 8 minutes, 12 minutes, 24 minutes, 40 minutes.
I mean, going into the La Tech game, they had lost 5 of 6. It's an average team without him. It just is. And that's what it is. And, Andy talks about how bad they shoot it. We asked him about it. I mean, he didn't pull any punches. And last night they were fortunate to get the win. Trailing at halftime, they only had 25 first-half points. They shoot 4 of 16 behind the arc, and then 17 of 30 from the free throw line.
Yeah.
You left 13 points out there, 56% from the free throw line.
But they do rally and win thanks to Eric Gaines, who got 16 in the second half, 19 total. Here's Andy Kennedy just able to breathe finally after another win.
Hey, nothing wrong with winning. It feels good to win. Certainly was not. I don't think they're going to ship that right to the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame for a display, but we'll take it. We needed to win. Guys played hard. Defensively, it was as good as we had been. The 13, our 1-3-1 was very, very helpful to us. They go 7 for 25 against it. Again, my math's not great. That's 28%, and that's the difference in the game. Held them under 60 points, made enough shots. KJ Buff and Trey Jemison inside. We win points points in the paint. We win points off turnovers. Same way we beat them in Ruston is the way we were able to get them tonight.
So they get to win. That's huge. Florida Atlantic, by the way, won again last night. They got like a 3-game lead in the Conference USA standings. So
And they're getting better, by the way.
And they could be a NCAA tournament story once if they are able to win the tournament and get there. And they've got a chance maybe to even be an at-large bid.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I haven't seen bracketology, but where do you put a team like that right now? Because they're going to be in the top 20.
New one out today. We'll get into that in the next segment. But one more thought on just playing with injury. And nobody knows how hurt you are, right? It's your own body. That's fair, right, Brown? But when you watch in sports, Patrick Mahomes looked hurt last week to me, right?
Well, I mean, the times was handing off, hopping on one leg. Now, Lance thought he was playing it up a little bit, but yeah, he was definitely hurt.
But he had a 270-pound Arden Key land directly on. I mean, it could have snapped a lot of people's legs. So I think the injury was legitimate. I do think he played it up a little bit at the end, but he did play through pain.
And my point is, there is no doubt he's going to give it a go on Sunday. Christian McCaffrey missed all of practice again yesterday, and he was asked about it, and he says, there is no way, quote, in hell I'm missing the game on Sunday. He hasn't been able to practice Wednesday or Thursday. So fair or unfair to Jelly Walker, it becomes a question of, can you get out there and help your team? Or is it about you and you're trying to save, your draft stock if there is any?
Again, I think this could go the opposite direction. So, I mean, do you guys kind of agree with that?
The team needs you at some point, and my big question, Brown, then becomes, when does the team really need you, though?
Well, the team needs you in the conference tournament, but
right.
you can't just I guess Jelly probably could just show up for the conference tournament. There's enough basketball. But you would like him at least a few weeks leading in to get some sort of get the rust shaken off him, first of all, get him in game shape, and to get some sort of cohesion back with the guys he's played so much basketball with.
And see, that's a great point, because UAB is in a different position than major conference teams who are trying to get at large bids too. UAB, their only path to the big dance is winning their tournament. So the other side of we want Jelly to play is what will Jelly be like when we get to the conference tournament time, and if giving him extra rest now helps him get healthier down the stretch. So Brown talks to him every week. You can go catch those conversations all the time on our platforms, and he's still, I would imagine, not in great spirits. Last time we talked to him, he was struggling through it.
Yeah, it was last Friday. We had a scheduling conflict this week, so we're going to have to do 2 next week. So I haven't had a chance to talk to him today. We'll see.
I guess we just ask him straight up.
Well, we will Monday.
Yeah. So that's coming up Monday. Our behind-the-scenes Barbara Walters Brown conversation with Jelly Walker Monday. Will he make Jelly cry?
By the way, at one point, now this can change because the G League guys could get called up, a guy could drop down, whatever. But at one point, not too long ago, I know Dunaway sat with some NBA scouts over in Tuscaloosa. I talked with one not long ago, and I was stunned by this. He asked me, he goes, "Do you know how many players in the NBA on a current roster are under 72 inches tall?" By the way, Jelly is.
Yeah.
They list him at 5'11". That's probably
how many?
generous.
I think Steph Curry looks tiny in the NBA, and what is he, 6'3"?
He's my height.
Yeah, he's 6'3".
6'3". Yeah,
That
and he
should
looks teeny tiny.
That should tell you a lot about the answer you need to say right here.
No, yeah, there's not many.
I think the answer at that time, he told me the answer was 0.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, since this guy told me this to now, there might have been a guy or two called up. But at the time, there was not one guy in the NBA on a active roster under 6 foot tall.
And to put this in perspective, how tall is Brandon Miller? I mean, I don't know. 6'8"?
6'8",
I
probably.
was going to say
6'8".
6'7". All right, 6'8", yeah.
And the draft people beside me, their big conversation was his release on his jump shot is too low.
Yep.
He's got to increase the height of his release on his jump shot. It's too low right now.
Yeah.
They need to raise that up a little bit because of how high the game is in the NBA.
So even if you guys in the chat room or just watching or listening or whatever, go find and you tweet me or send me 2 or 3 guys, okay. Maybe since this guy told me that, there's 2 guys that have come into the league that are under 6 foot tall. But it just shows you the uphill battle you're climbing.
But you got to remember this, too. They list him at 5'11".
Oh, that's what I'm saying. He's probably not 5'11". He might be 5'9" or 5'10". So he's, in their eyes, significantly under 72
inches. Yeah, and you
tall.
tell me, guys, even in the history of the NBA, that have been factors that size.
Muggsy Bogues, Spud Webb.
Yeah, they're all legends.
But they're not
Boykins.
Earl Boykins.
Yeah.
I'm having to dig deep for those, though.
I mean, they really are.
And they had jump, man. They could jump out of the gym.
But that's my point. So you gotta, if you're gonna be that big, you gotta set yourself apart. And setting yourself apart is not just being a great scorer. The NBA is full of great scorers. what are you doing to set yourself apart? And that's why Jelly Walker.
Yeah, I mean, right now you hate to say it, but I mean, he probably plays a lot of international ball and makes good money.
He's probably one of the best players in the European League. Yeah.
But there is a chance that with NIL now, sometimes you can. Like, for instance, a few years ago, we thought the G League was going to kill college basketball because they were starting to pay those Ignite guys $100,000 cash or $200,000 cash. Well, guess what? You can make that now, more than that, in college basketball with the NIL. So it's not always go play for the Ignite team. You can maybe make that kind of money, and Jelly's doing okay in the NIL.
So I don't buy a lot of Jelly legitimately. I used to, but remember there was Bama Jelly?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if there still is, but you would think he could have got an NIL deal with that, right?
His big NIL's with Barstool.
It is,
right?
and us.
And with us.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying
Barstool's slightly paying him a little bit more money than we
Probably,
are.
I don't know what they're paying him. I know what we're paying him.
But if I was representing him, I would be angling with some kind of jelly company.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Smucker's is very popular, I hear.
Will and Scott, you
Is that your
turned 100.
go-to?
I don't know what we buy. I'll have to look when we get on. It was strictly in the trailer park. We were 100% Bama Jelly.
Did y'all ever do the Bama or the jelly and the peanut butter in the same jar?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I used to like that when I was a kid. My mom refused to buy
I
it
didn't
for
like
some
it.
reason, but I liked it when I was a kid. I think I liked the concept of it.
Me too. I like it because it was just easier to make yourself.
Yeah.
Well, I remember the first time seeing it, aesthetically. That was
my God. It's like we're going to the moon.
Because I can't stand when you use the peanut butter, and I make a lot of peanut butter. I had one yesterday for lunch. Peanut butter and jelly. If the kids are not really good with the peanut butter, because you got to put the peanut butter on first. If you don't use a separate knife or pull the jelly out with a spoon, if you go in with that peanut butter knife in there, you get that greasy film that grows on your jelly. I toss it out right then.
First thing I do is peanut butter with the butter knife,
right?
The right amount of peanut butter, and then I squirt the jelly.
Oh, you have a squirt bottle?
Squirt bottle.
You cannot hide money.
Yep.
I have to screw it off. I scoop it out with a separate spoon.
I think the glass containers are more money. I think the squirt bottle's cheaper.
Just that technology. You're paying for the technology.
Anyway, I squeeze it, and then I'm able to use the same knife.
Well, I use the same knife, but I'd use a spoon, too. So I'm a spoon and knife. Again, no need for a fork, going back to yesterday's show.
See, I think you can have too much peanut butter over the jelly. It's got to be
I
a
agree.
perfect combination.
No.
Yeah.
To me, it's.
I want more jelly.
No, to me, it's 80% peanut butter.
Oh,
with
God,
just
that's
a,
awful.
With a
What
hint
are
of jelly.
What are you even doing?
Sahara sandwich right there.
Jeez.
Just a hint of jelly.
I don't know how you swallow that.
You don't want too much jelly. Jelly's, it's sort of like UAB basketball right now. Very little jelly. But UAB gets the win last night. A lot of football coming up. We'll tell you who's on the show and a lot more as well. A Cowan Equipment poll question coming up as well. Taylor, send that out. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. You want more peanut butter than jelly? Same or more jelly than peanut butter? Is that the choices?
Did we ever do the job one, whether or not you like your job?
I don't know if she sent that or not. We'll check that. Cowan Equipment, by the way, brings you all our poll questions.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with us here on the next round on our venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, Cowan.com.
Yeah, and throw this out, too, of your jelly of choice for peanut butter and jelly. Strawberry, grape, apple, other, right?
So when I go to Chick-fil-A, I get a chicken biscuit, and I'll get jelly with it.
Yeah.
I always put jelly on. I did honey for a little bit, but I always alternate. It's almost an equal photo finish for me, strawberry and grape.
Me too. I like a little blackberry thrown in occasionally.
Peach, apricot.
Yeah, I like them. We're getting preserves there, right? Peach
Probably,
and apricot.
yeah.
Do you ever go mustard on your chicken biscuit?
No.
I do on my sausage and biscuit.
Yeah.
Man, mustard ain't coming near breakfast for me.
Oh, you don't put mustard on a sausage and biscuit? Oh, it's so good.
No, I've put jelly on a sausage biscuit.
You ever put Tabasco on scrambled eggs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I just mustard. Yeah, that's just.
You ever put ketchup on scrambled eggs?
I have.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I have too.
That's a kid thing.
You ever put ketchup on your Waffle House hash browns?
Not in Waffle House. I will in some places.
I do
Waffle
every time.
Yeah, Waffle House is better stuff to put on it.
I'll throw some ketchup out there or some hot sauce.
I do like hot sauce, yeah.
Don't know where you ever put ketchup on a date.
No, but I have gone to strawberry Bama jelly. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Because I was in the running for that trophy while I worked there.
I think that goes more back to your past. Yeah.
I also win that trophy here. I'm like the Montreal Canadiens. I carry those trophies to different leagues. It's back on live now on the Next Round as we move forward. 211 days is our countdown. 211 to week 0 of college football. Just over 160. What's that number there? 164 to her in Nashville for SEC Media Days. Looking forward to that. Summer will fly by. You guys are all over the biscuit game this morning, including Kellen, who says, I've said it before, but go mayo and strawberry jelly on the chicken biscuit, and you'll thank me later.
No, I'll try that. Yeah, I mean, look, I think mayonnaise is good on almost everything.
Okay. I eat mayonnaise maybe 5 times a year.
God,
I
love
am
it.
not putting it on a chicken biscuit.
Would you put barbecue sauce on your chicken biscuit?
Before I would mayonnaise, yeah.
Ush rolls with on chicken biscuits, go honey. On sausage biscuits, occasionally jelly, but usually mustard.
Yeah, I like mustard on the sausage and biscuit. So we were at, I went to breakfast at my daughter's school the other day, and they did a chicken and biscuit, and I put honey on it.
Do they do a good chicken and biscuit?
It's a
lunchroom.
It's a lunchroom piece of chicken there, Lance. But yeah, the honey made it better.
I'm telling you, man, that place that we go to out by us that has the Sunday brunch with the huge chicken patty. It's really too much food. Homemade biscuit with that peach jam and the pimento cheese.
Oof. Stop.
I mean, I could crush one of those right now.
It is a big biscuit. It is worth your investment there. I want to bring.
Do you
up
finish it, by the way?
Oh, every time. every time with the wedged potatoes.
Yeah, see, I've gotten to the point where I can finish it now. It took me a while.
Our friends at Ghost brings you the show right there. Look for that logo all the time. It's the zero sugar energy drink that everyone's talking about now. If you drink energy drinks and you've never tried a Ghost, make sure you go do that now. A lot of wonderful flavors there. And if you have tried a Ghost, maybe you want to try a different flavor or two. Mine's favorite's the citrus, but get it wherever you buy your energy drink. Our friends Ghost, as we come to you from the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino Studios, we are the next round. Already one stake bet on the table for the weekend. That is, I've got the SEC winning less than 2.5 games in the SEC Big 12 Challenge this weekend. LT has 3 or more wins for the SEC, 10 games, by the way, if you're wondering. I think it'll be a big Big 12 weekend in that challenge coming up on Saturday. All on the ESPN platform. Should be a lot of fun games. That is our New York Butcher Shop stake bet of the weekend. We'll maybe get 1 or 2 out on the NFL a little bit later on. But our friends at New York Butcher want to remind you, a great place to swing by for lunch or to swing by and pick up a nice steak for the weekend.
Yeah, I know I got to pick you up a steak at some point, so I'm trying to decide whether or not we're going out to eat tonight or if I'm going to stop by, see Jim, and put some of those great steaks on the gas grill.
Like we're going out to eat tonight?
No. I've got the boys tonight.
Jim.
We're starting The Sopranos.
Who's the boys? I'm the boys.
Jack and Jay's. They're so excited about The Sopranos. So think about a good steak from the New York Butcher Shop, then starting up The Sopranos. About my 3rd time to watch this in its entirety. But stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you, with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Charles, one of our great female listeners. I wish I could eat half the stuff you guys do. I'd be a house, not a brick house.
We do eat, terribly. I thought about this the other day. Like, I don't know if there's going to be a point in my life where I can really say, I'm going to stop and eat healthy.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I just like to eat too much. You get one life. Am I in the best shape in the world? No. Is it passable? Yeah. I'd rather eat. I'd rather eat. I mean, what do I care?
I mean, I saw, and I think it was Barstool that did it the other day. If you had to give away your sense of taste, or your sense of how did they word it? You couldn't feel sex anymore.
Well, with Barstool, I was going to say that was. Yeah, you know what, Lance? I don't have to make that choice.
Yeah. But I would take my sense of taste. I really would.
You could take that 2 or 3 different ways, bro. But I know what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah. You don't have to make that choice.
I'll say it more plain for you, Jim. Yeah. I'm keeping both.
Yeah, I'm good with both.
I like both, of course, but
I'll take the appetizer and the dessert.
But the older you get, there's going to be a time that not everybody's Hugh Hefner.
No, that's true. That's true.
Thankfully.
Yeah. And I'm closer to ordering seconds off the menu than I am seconds in the other department. Yes. Absolutely. All right. We jump in now to one of these stories, and I'm going to have to pull it up while we get to this. Did you tell him about, you did tell him about New York Butcher, right?
Yep.
James Dolan, who is the owner of the New York Knicks, if you guys are not familiar with this. This is just one of those stories that I have to get off my chest because the people we let own professional franchises, I guess it only happens in a free society, right? That anybody, if you've got enough money, you can buy anything. But this James Dolan guy just does not seem like a very likable owner. Like
I think everybody would agree with that.
When you say good owners, I like people that own pro franchises. Who is an owner that you would consider is a good owner, a good major league owner?
Define good, like a good
somebody
person?
You think is likable.
No, I think Jeffrey Lurie for the Eagles. He seems like one of those guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. I also think
I mean, Mark Cuban, I love his passion for his team. He's kind of Jerry Jones-like.
Right.
But he seems like more relatable, everyday guy.
Yeah, he seems like normal guy that had a really good idea and made a bundle off of it. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't born into a trust fund by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I mean, he's told this story before. I don't know if you guys have ever heard it, the day they sold and, the night they had. Because it was a bunch of people that didn't really have money.
Yeah.
And so overnight, they were basically billionaires.
Yeah. The Rooney family seems like nice. I mean, there are certain ownership groups you like a little bit.
The Bears, who owns the Bears?
Oh, the McCaskey family? Is it the McCaskey family?
And, remember, I think she's still alive. They would show her, she's like 100, looks like a sweet old lady.
Oh, yeah. Knicks owner, this is the headlines today in New York. Knicks owner James Dolan defends Madison Square Garden's use of facial recognition after a letter from the New York Attorney General. What he has set up now is basically what we use in our national security in some places, airports and federal buildings, to use facial recognition of all the fans who are going to MSG. And you know who's getting kicked out? People who have crossed him. He's got his own list. People that have sued him.
You know the genesis of this story, right? Are you familiar with how this has come?
See, I have not heard any of
Are you
this.
familiar with how this has come out? What started it all?
The fact that a lady was going to Radio City Music Hall as the chaperone of a Girl Scouts troop, and she's part of that law firm, and it recognized her face, and she was not allowed to enter as a Girl Scout chaperone
That's
to
right.
Radio City Music Hall.
He sent his heavies to stop her and throw her out.
Unbelievable.
While her daughter went in.
And she's just
she works for the law firm
that works at that law firm.
Now, she might have been an attorney on the case. I have no idea.
Can I bring something up I said months ago? There are professional sports owners that have had people killed.
And you think he may be one of them?
Well, I think if you're using facial recognition, you're going to be at least on my list of suspicion.
Gosh, I mean, that is next level.
A Girl Scout chaperone being kicked out of Radio City Music Hall. But,
I wouldn't want to cross him.
But now the New York State Attorney Attorney General is investigating him. But to go back and forth here, the law firm said, "Oh, we understand what he's doing. We're now going to challenge all of his liquor licenses." So they're going to go litigious on him and start, suing him for this and that.
Time up in court forever.
And that's the worst thing he wants to do is be turned upside down. And, for people to completely vet you when you've got that many hands in that many different things.
I mean, you guys used to make fun, and I don't have it anymore, but I used to have a list in my top right-hand drawer of, stations or people in the industry who had wronged us or me that didn't give us something we needed at a time.
Do you still keep it here?
There are still a couple of people, but not a lot.
Yeah.
But I used to literally have a list, and when people would request like video or audio from me, I would check that list. And if you were on that list, if you had screwed me, I had it written down how you screwed me, what date it was. And
a ledger. Jim had a ledger.
Who had asked, and I would tell them. And I told Taylor Little T the other day, there was a TV station in Jacksonville, the sports director. I wanted highlights of UAB and Jacksonville University. I knew it meant nothing to them, but the arena was right across the station right across the street from the TV station. I said, man, I don't care if you just send an intern over there. I just need a shot of Murray Bartow was the coach at the time, Murray Bartow, and 2 UAB buckets. That's all I need for my late local news, right? I'm trying to keep up with Rada and Carly. That's all I'm trying to do. Just a little man trying to make a living here in Birmingham. Just give me 20 seconds. And he's like, no, well, we don't have time to.
Was he the one that called you Birmingham? Like you called him? He says, "What's up, Birmingham?"
Yeah. So,
but let me ask you this.
That's what pissed you
If
off.
somebody called you, though, and said, from Jacksonville, said, hey, can you run down to the arena?
To Sanford all the time. We would do it all the time for people.
I wouldn't.
But we were getting Sanford highlights
Put
anyway.
me in that drawer.
So here we go. What happened in July that year? That same guy calls me up and says, hey, Jimmy. He
didn't call you Birmingham this time, right?
Hey, Jimmy. Hey, Spurrier speaking today. I know you guys cover that SEC media days better than anybody. Can you get me a little Steve Spurrier? And I said, I can't. He goes, you guys aren't out there? And I said, no, we're out there. In fact,
I got the best Spurrier there is.
No, I said, in fact,
I've got too much.
I did. I said, in fact, we have a one-on-one with Spurrier. And he said, oh, man, just send us that. I said, no. And I pulled it out. I said, do you remember on January 28th when UAB was playing Jacksonville and you said you didn't have time? And he was like, are you serious? He goes, this is college. This is Steve Spurrier. It's a big deal. And I said, no bigger deal than my UAB was that night for me.
A little bit bigger.
I mean, and he was like, no. He got his boss to call my boss, news director. And I told my news director the story. And he got right back on the phone and said, I'm talking to Jim here. Your guy apparently screwed us on UAB highlights, so we're not helping you out. Then he had NBC News Channel call and said, hey, we need some Steve Spurrier. And I said, I have no problem sending it to you, but we're going to embargo Jacksonville. And they're like, well, the only reason we're getting it is because Jacksonville's requesting it.
Well, then you're wasting your time.
Then you're wasting your time. All because of 20 seconds of highlights.
So basically, you are James Dolan.
I am James Dolan in facial recognition.
Why do you hate this guy?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, you would think that you would respect him.
Yeah. But I explained to the guy, I said, it's a clean slate.
but I'm not sending you this. But next time, if you want to work with us, we'll go clean slate when Florida comes in play.
Jim's very Old Testament, eye for eye, tooth for tooth.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, but you have to do that. I think they ended up getting it from Carly, which is a long list of reasons why Carly was on my list.
Yeah, Carly. Entry number 8, Rick Carly.
That's one of the best stories you've ever told.
James Dolan there. Facial recognition. Time for New York to get a new owner, by the way. That Knicks organization, and he owns MSG and all of that, right? He owns the arena.
He owns the TV network, the arena, the probably the ticket service. I mean, I think he owns it all.
Can you imagine what his place in New York looks like?
Oh, it's crazy. I bet.
Yeah, I can't imagine. But the picture they use is him sit in all black with a big red scarf, sitting on courtside at a Knicks game, and he looks like he would be, a Russian mobster. Like he's, tied.
Again, I would not want to cross him.
Yeah, he does have an interesting look.
He does. All right. We get into college football and then the NFL coming up. Herm Edwards back on the show. Coach Herm with us at the top of the hour. We're looking forward to that. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill, Adam and Chad and the team over there. Their statement is 10% on all the plumbing, cooling, and heating right now, right?
They are done away. Our friends at Hemphill for the month of January, 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service. Call our friends at Hemphill. Tell them the next round sent you. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. They want to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or online hemphillservices.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. All right, before Brownie tells us about my bookie,
I want to ask the guys if we can do something later on today that we usually do just on college football Fridays. But I would like to do it later today. Can we do a Monday's headline today later and do it off of either the NFL Championship Sunday or the SEC Big 12 Challenge?
You've got a good headline you want to do?
I have not thought of it yet, but I saw a thread going on Reddit that could be really good.
Okay.
And it involved headlines. So I would like to go down that.
Can we do it last hour?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's do it last hour. I'll think of one.
Okay, last hour of the show, we're going to do Monday's headlines today. We're just going to do it on the dry erase board.
That's fine, yeah. I don't have time to do the big one, yeah.
So that's coming up a little bit later on. My bookie can get you into the games. No lines yet for the Big 12 SEC Challenge?
No.
Will you check?
No, there's not.
Okay.
I can give you the NFL lines, though, Dunaway. Do you think there's been any movement in those?
I think the Chiefs, with more Patrick Mahomes video yesterday, I think the Chiefs are back out to where they were.
It crept up to 1.5.
Yeah.
Chiefs favor 1.5. Eagles favor 2.5. Both those games available right there at mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Listen, you deposit $50 or more, you get a cash bonus. Now, here's the reason that's a big deal, because a lot of people will give you that cash bonus. But what they will not do is make it yours after one bet. You got to bet it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Not mybookie.ag, man. One bet, it is yours. It is yours forever. Your money, cash bonus from mybookie.ag. NFL playoffs this weekend, the SEC Big 12 Challenge. They've got UFC fights, weekly blackjack tournaments, NBA, all of that right there at mybookie.ag. Don't forget the code next round to get that cash bonus. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code next round.
And again, the big story yesterday was Christian McCaffrey not practicing again, second day in a row, but he says despite his calf injury, he is playing this weekend. Nothing will keep him out of playing in that contest. In the NFL yesterday, Carolina named their head coach. They're going Frank Reich to take over there. He was beloved for a little bit in Indianapolis, thought to be a good play caller and a quarterback guru. So that's where he's going now in Carolina.
Well, they just, Chris Pollard, they made mistakes on evaluation as a quarterback. And, they're bringing in quarterbacks like a year too late. Now, Carson Wentz, when he was the quarterback of the Eagles and Frank Reich was the offensive coordinator the year they won the Super Bowl, Carson Wentz for a minute was the best player in the NFL. I think they're going back and they're trying to find the Frank Reich that you had under Doug Peterson, the Frank Reich that had one really good season at Indianapolis, and also the first ever starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers. So there's a little nostalgia there as well.
It's amazing, though. Once an NFL coach, always an NFL coach. I mean, Frank Reich had success, as you said, in Indianapolis, but ultimately got fired. And the reason you get fired in jobs, you didn't perform.
I mean, he was 40-33. It's an average job.
That's an average NFL job. And a good franchise. I mean,
that's basically 9-7.
Yeah, he wasn't doing that in the Houston Texans. He was doing that at Colts. That's a good franchise.
Was a good franchise. Since Andrew Luck,
historically has been. Yeah, I mean, they've gotten quarterback wrong. Yeah,
and
they tried on Carson Wentz, didn't work out.
And people think that Andrew Luck's early retirement broke Jim Irsay, that he is a guy that has been struggling both professionally and personally since then.
Well, I see it. I mean, I really do. I mean, they haven't got, because they have been so good at evaluating quarterbacks and getting Hall of Fame guys in there, and they've had rosters. They just haven't had the quarterback, and those are some of the best fans in all of sports, Colts fans. And if I was a Colts fan, I'd be really pissed because the AFC South has been so wide open.
So winnable, yeah. To his defense, though, on being broken, if you get what you think is a franchise quarterback, it allows you to build a 10 to 15-year plan. And then when that guy punches out early, you never see that coming. And it's like, well, I built my plan this way, and now I got to completely hit a reboot. I had a good 10 to 15-year plan because I knew I had quarterbacks set for that long.
I think Luck could come out of retirement and still be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
We haven't played in a while.
Yeah.
A lot of.
I wonder if he stayed in shape.
I think he's got a lot of jelly roll to get off.
Yeah, probably. He's a big foodie.
Yeah.
One other note, you seem to think Dan Quinn would get a job because
I thought he'd get hired in this cycle, yeah.
The Cowboys announcing yesterday that it looks like they will keep Dan Quinn another year. He interviewed for 3 of the 4 openings that are left and seems to not be either in the mix or not interested in those. So that's good news if you're a Cowboy fan and loved your defense this year.
It's just really surprising. You know, the defense was good, really good for the Cowboys. The offense struggled. Kellen Moore is a guy that was still getting interviews. And Mike McCarthy, everybody thought that Jerry Jones would fire him. I don't know if you saw the sound yesterday. Mike McCarthy said, Jerry and I, we've got a partnership. Jerry told me yesterday he wants me to be here as long as Tom Landry was.
I think that was 27 years, Lance, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was 29.
29 years? That's how long Landry was the coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
Mike McCarthy won't be alive that long.
Well, nor will Jerry. I mean, Jerry he won't live to see the end of that.
But they do have a hole in the roof of their stadium so Jerry can watch his Cowboys from heaven. We'll talk more NFL. Herm Edwards next segment. Real quickly, give me Lunsford's microphone, back row. Lunsford, I noticed this morning and last night doing some of the reading for the show that this is Royal Rumble weekend. What is Royal Rumble? What separates that from, say, WrestleMania?
The Royal Rumble is an event where there's 30 people. They start with 2 in the ring, and then every, I forgot what it is, like minute and a half, I want to say, they roll somebody new out, and you have to get thrown over the top rope in order to get kicked out. And basically, you just keep on adding people until there's 30. And whoever the last man standing is wins a shot at the main event, or it's either shot at the belt or main event WrestleMania. I feel like they change it every time, but whoever wins that will.
People watch this.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably the second biggest. I think SummerSlam is considered the second biggest.
I
But I like the Rumble.
I never liked Royal Rumble when I was a kid. That was always part of WrestleMania, I think, and I liked all the other stuff on WrestleMania more than Royal Rumble.
So what is happening here? You tell me that it would start like me and Brown are in the ring, and then 90 seconds later, here comes Lance.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then 90 seconds later, here you come.
Yeah.
And 90 seconds later, here comes Tyler, and then 90. And it's just
Then it's a melee.
And then all of a sudden, there's 30 people, and there's
Now you may throw
do you
Brown
draw
over.
straws to see who goes first? Because obviously, who gets in last would have the advantage.
I mean, obviously, it's all made up from the beginning, so they determine an order somehow. But usually, I think number 27, the 27th person in, has won the most. But usually it's like
that's why he's our analytics guy.
I just know that just because they've said it before. But usually they have like 20, probably 25 people are going to be in it, and then a few surprises along the way. They'll have like some celebrities or a wrestler will come back who hadn't been there in a while or whatever. But I don't really. They just decide however it's going to go. And like if you were to flip Brown over the rope in the first 5 seconds, you just sit there and celebrate for however long until the next person came in.
Has that happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
People get thrown over. I mean, sometimes you're just standing in the ring alone waiting for somebody else to come in, and then sometimes there's 20 people in there at once.
But like if Brown and I are wrestling to start with, and then here comes Lance, the third person in, can Brown and I both grab him and throw him over the top rope?
Yeah, like they'll bring people in from tag teams at like different times, but if they're in the ring at the same time, obviously they tag up and then, try to take somebody out, then they'll turn on each other, typical wrestling stuff.
Yeah. Jay Payer listening in Dallas, made up in the beginning, ? WTF, what is that supposed to mean, Lunsford? Don't spoil everything.
I'm sorry.
All right, we'll talk to Herm Edwards about the championship games on the field this weekend. And then public enemy number 1 in college football in our state. We may have a new guy. I don't know who that is right now. Auburn fans usually have some media person they hate. I've got a new guy.
And you got to hate?
And maybe an ally, a running mate in the state to run with you, Auburn fans. That is coming up after we talk to Herm. That is next right here on the show. That is being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Odie's is where we enjoy great lunches in the afternoon, that Diablo sandwich.
Yeah, what's the weather going to be like today?
Today,
cold.
It's going up to 54 degrees with some sunshine.
Okay. How about this? How about a bowl of chili and a grilled cheese from our friends at Odie's? You can get that right now. Incredible food from Rodney Davis for over 3 decades. Great burgers, award-winning wings. I mentioned the chili. Fantastic sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Great place to watch college basketball all weekend long. Live music tonight and tomorrow night. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Herm Edwards in just a second here on the Next Round. Hour number 2 coming up. We will talk about the NFL, but just want to catch up with Coach Herm. I mean, before he went off and became a hotshot college football coach, we talked to Herm a lot here on the show. We loved him. I mean, I went out instantly and bought 3 Arizona State Sun Devil T-shirts to support our coach, our friend.
Yeah, you'll buy T-shirts for anything. The Coach Herm Edwards with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome back, Coach. Hope you're doing well.
Good to be back, and thank you. And we've got some really good games this weekend.
Boy, we do. Your old team, Philadelphia. Listen, Coach, we talk about this a lot on this show. We all watched Jalen Hurts in college here at Alabama, and I never thought he would be this type of NFL quarterback. You saw it a little bit at Oklahoma, but just the way Jalen Hurts has developed as an NFL quarterback is a surprise to me. I don't know if it was a surprise to you.
Well, I think everybody, the thing with Hurst was the fact, could he throw the ball down the field? And he's proven that he can do that. And that's where really the growth of his progression as playing quarterback has really put him in a position now where they were talking about him maybe being the MVP. But everything else, his running ability, his leadership qualities, all those things, he checked the box. It was a matter of throwing the ball down the field with accuracy. He's done that, and he's leading a very good football team this weekend.
On the other side, just an amazing story with Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, 7-0 now for a team that's won 12 consecutive games. No disrespect to Brock Purdy, but Kyle Shanahan is an outstanding play caller. He's got major weapons around him. He's got the best defense in all of football. Is Brock Purdy a talented kid, though?
He is talented. We actually recruited him at Arizona State. Now, I don't know if he's a game changer. I don't know if he's going to go down in history as one of those quarterbacks that can put a team on his back and lead them to the Super Bowl. But I do know he's good enough for what they're asking him to do. He's smart. He has some accuracy. He plays well within the pocket. And you mentioned it, Kyle Shanahan does a great job of scripting plays, and his offense allows him to get the ball out of his hand. He has some fantastic players that when they get the ball in short areas can make big plays. You know, this is not a passing attack. That's a vertical passing attack. It's more of they kind of slice you. They kind of hit you. And they go, okay, we're going to give Debo the ball out here. And all of a sudden it's a 5-yard pass. Before you know it's a 20-yard pass, right? The tight end, obviously, is very, very talented. Kittle, and he's hard to deal with. And then you got the runner, McCaffrey, right? And you get him the ball running it or throwing it, he's another guy. And then our guy, like you said, you bought those T-shirts for Arizona State, and you watched IU play at Arizona State. He's become a pretty good receiver as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a threat there. Herm Edwards with us on the show. Coach, I remember talking with some of the Alabama coaches leading into the two Clemson-Alabama national championship games when they had Deshaun Watson and Alabama had that great pass rush. And their biggest concern going into those games was Deshaun Watson, when you were doing everything right, him running out the back door with his legs. With Nick Bosa and that speed on San Francisco, how much does Jalen Hurts' legs play into this game on Sunday?
Well, big. Anytime you have a dual quarterback that can make plays with his legs, especially the unscripted play, the play that you don't practice, that you've never seen before, right? And this is what he brings to the table. Along with the RPO game, that is the stress on defenses. You know, all of a sudden you got to bring a guy from the back end of your defense to make sure you're held accountable to get that guy in the box, because now with a running quarterback, and you guys know this in college a lot, it balances the field. It makes it 11-on-11 football. So you have to be very sound in your run fits.
The coach, Herm Edwards, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Let's flip over to the AFC Championship game. Andy Reid obviously is a tremendous offensive coach, and Patrick Mahomes is a tremendous quarterback. Nobody is going to deny that one. What percentage of Patrick Mahomes, and it looks like he's closer to 100% than some people had feared, but what percentage of Patrick Mahomes are you like, hey, we're going to play him as long as he is at least this % of health?
Well, look. You know what you'd have to do to not let him play? That's not even discussion, man. He's going to play. There's no doubt about that. He is going to play football, and I think what Andy's going to do, and we watched it in the game they played last week when he was injured. You know, he played from the pocket more rather than to get outside of the pocket, and I think that is going to be the case. He is going to play inside the pocket. They're going to script plays for him. Kelsey will be his outlet if he gets in trouble, you know, around the line of scrimmage. They'll block 6 and 7 at times if they want to throw the ball vertically. But here again, Mahomes, he can play from the pocket now. I think we get all amazed with what he does. He leaves the pocket. He's pretty good in the pocket, too.
And, I mean, I don't know what else you can say about Joe Burrow. I mean, this kid just wins big games, Coach. And, you know, the only loss he's had in the postseason, I think he's now a combined 7-1 if we go back to LSU and what they did in the SEC championship en route to winning a national championship. His only loss was last year to the Rams, on a final possession. But this kid, if not one of the best, maybe the best quarterback right now in football.
Well, and you mentioned it in big moments. He's not afraid of the lights. He plays well in big moments, and that's the key to when you start building your resume as a quarterback, right? What do you do in big moments? And he's proven going into Arrowhead, he's not fearful of that team or the stadium or whatever else. But his accuracy, his poise in the pocket, and his touch on the football. If you watch what they did against Buffalo and how he played in those conditions, he throws the catchable ball. Reminds me a lot. Now, I'm not saying he's this guy. It reminds me a lot of Joe Montana. I played against Joe when I was with the Eagles, and he was the 49ers. Then he came to us to Kansas City when I was on that coaching staff. And to watch Joe manipulate the pocket, read your mail defensively, what you want to do, and get the ball out with accuracy and touch, this kid has a lot of those qualities.
One of the best things in late January is watching a playoff game in the snow, and we got that last weekend. You played in Philadelphia, obviously. What are the worst conditions you ever played in?
Oh, and what Dallas was tough when we played them in the championship game and ended up beating them and going to the Super Bowl. But the toughest conditions for me were in Minnesota. and I call them the real Vikings when they used to play outside in the Met. Remember?
Yeah.
And people don't realize both teams stood on the same sideline. The 50-yard line was one team stood to the left, the other team stood to the right. And I can remember it was so cold that I was trying to cover Ahmad Rashad, and they got, Fran Tarkenton as a quarterback. And I'm standing over there, and, when you spit or something, it would just hit your helmet and just freeze. And Ahmad Rashad comes out of the huddle, and he's got his hands in his pants, and he says, "Hey, man, when I come out like this, we're going to throw a pass." And I said, "Really?" I said, "Man, as cold as it is, I'm thinking they ain't going to throw that many passes." Fran Tarkenton went back 52 times on us. Broke the NFL record. He broke the NFL record. I said, "This is crazy." I'm running around and I'm hollering at my defensive lineman, "Will you please stop Fran Tarkenton? These guys running around making all these plays. And I'm trying to cover Ahmad Rashad. You know how hard this is?"
Those receivers they're a different breed, man, and that's why I love Jamar Chase so much. I mean, there's no doubt he's an alpha receiver, but I watched him last week. He's throwing blocks on the edge. He's catching short passes and running over the middle and getting great after catch runs there. Talk about Jamar Chase and just how he's such a team player and how that has helped Joe Burrow.
Well, he goes back. He has a history with the quarterback. And when you're talking about the back shoulder fade, they got that thing mastered. I mean, I watched them do that in games, and it's like, wow, they've been doing this a long time. But you're right. He's a complete receiver. He's not afraid to block. He'll go inside and catch the tough ball where he knows he's going to get hit. The one-on-one balls that you throw down the boundary, he has great body control and really soft hands. You see him, he hand catches a lot of balls, and especially in cold weather. You can tell when a guy has good hands because when they catch it in cold weather and they extend their hands and catch it, that means that guy can really catch. And so he can do all those things. And there is a comfort zone with Burrows and Chase. And you know it. You know in big moments when he's in trouble, he's going to find one. And everybody knows it. Coaches know it. You know it. If you're the corner guarding him, you're going, he's throwing it to him. So get ready.
And this is something, Coach, before you go, because you mentioned that everybody knows it's going to one. On the other side of that, and we've talked about this on the show this week, it is so amazing that everybody knows in the red zone it's going to Kelsey. And still he's open all the time. How much of that is Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy play design? How much of it is just Kelsey being phenomenal? I mean, I'm sure it's a lot of a combination of that, but there's got to be some great play design in that because these defensive coordinators are good and they know he's getting the ball.
Well, yeah, and I think they create formations where they know the matchup. And that's what football is about, is the matchup. How do I get this matchup? We all have plans, right? I mean, defenses have certain coverages they're going to run down there in certain situations. And when you're a play caller, you're just trying to figure out, okay, it's like playing chess. I'm playing my opponent. What are the two likely defenses he's going to be in? And obviously, when you look at Kelsey, he's smart enough to figure it out with Mahomes. And they're really good against zone because, he knows if I'm running this route and the zone is going that way and they're sitting in the hook, well, I'm going to continue to go and just get inside, get inside the hash. I'm going to curl up there, and Mahomes will find him and throw the ball. I mean, here's the ironic thing. When you watch the Kansas City Chiefs play last week and Holmes went down, Jacksonville was in the game. They were excited, and they punt the ball, and Kansas City gets the ball on the -2. And everybody's thinking, well, they're going to just run it now. They got the backup quarterback in there, and the first play, they drop back in the end zone, and the quarterback throws it to who? Right over the middle of the ball. Kelsey. They go on a 98-yard drive, and when that happened, I said, game's over. Right? The game's over. It's just over. All the momentum of Jacksonville, you just saw it leave the bench. And went, ooh, here we go. And that's the uniqueness of that guy. He's going to find the weakness. He's going to find the soft spot in zones, and in man-to-man, he's good enough to run away from you. He'll set you up. If you're sitting outside, he's going to run inside. If you're inside, he's going to run outside. And Mahomes will wait on him and throw him the ball.
Now that you've got your life back, man, you're not in that grind of coaching anymore. Are you still surprised that Nick Saban's still kicking over in Tuscaloosa, still churning it out?
Boy, I tell you, when I saw him sign that new contract, I went, wow, coach is really something now. He does a phenomenal job, but it's different. I mean, it's different with this new world of being able to transfer. That's a problem for a lot of universities. Not Alabama, not so much. Some of these big Power 5 schools is not going to be a big deal, but they'll lose some of their players because you got to recruit your players after every game now. Especially if they're not playing, right? Because somebody's at them, somebody's nicking at them. Say, hey, well, you can play here, you can do this. So it's different. But Nick, he has a good staff, and he's done a marvelous job there. He's going to go down one of the greatest college coaches in history. So he has nothing to worry about there.
I'm going to assume you weren't surprised. We were surprised that, Jaden Daniels, watching him with you his freshman year, was really good. He transfers to LSU. Weren't even sure he was actually going to get that starting job, but he was an elite quarterback, borderline elite quarterback this year for Brian Kelly. I'm going to assume you weren't surprised.
No, and I think the year that he played with us, his last year, I think a lot of things were going on in his mind. Am I going to go? Am I going to stay? He just had a lot on his plate. Goes to LSU, as you said, and the great part is just staying. I had a conversation with him, and I said, "Don't just stay one more year. You don't have to be in a hurry. The NFL's going to be there. It's not going anywhere." And so, I just think the receivers coming back, he's set to have a really good year, and they got a good football team too. Those guys are some good players down there now.
Yep. All right, he is the coach, Herm Edwards. Coaches, it's a pleasure to hear your voice on our show again. We greatly appreciate the time.
Anytime, man. I'm always available to you guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you, Coach. Take care. Have a great weekend. That is the coach, Herm Edwards, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. As Al from Dadeville says, I'm having flashbacks to my old lunch breaks out of college. It was always Coach Herm or the Doc on Jocks that I used to hear at lunch. Yep. I'd forgotten Coach Herm would join us at that lunch hour. Yeah, he was always 12 o'clock when he was with us each week. Love talking to Coach Herm. He was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. They've got that Coachman Freedom Express at the Coleman store, I-65, exit 304. Great deals on those. Beautiful new interior design in that Freedom Express, 192 RBS, tons of storage space, big fridge, yours for just $249 a month with approved credit. $249 a month with approved credit. Closeout models at both locations, lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on anything you buy that is new or under 2 years old used at the I-65 304 in Coleman store or the 334 in Decatur store, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
And to make Al feel more like it says lunch break back in college, we'll talk prostate exams. No, I'm kidding, Al. No, don't rush away yet. Let's talk SEC Big 12 Challenge, though.
You say it's going to be a prostate exam for the SEC, Jeff.
A little probing from the Big 12 maybe tomorrow. Cut number 3, Tyler, if you'll give me cut number 3, Bruce Pearl. I wondered about this, so it's good to hear Bruce say this because you're in the middle of this conference grind right now. So I always wonder, like when you I got a black screen out here. Is it queued up, ready to go? Okay. I wonder, you're in this conference grind, and it's about to get really tough on the Auburn schedule, right? But here's a out of conference game on a Saturday. It's not normal, right? The Big Ten ACC Challenge is back before the conference play, so you have it right here. Bruce Pearl, though, says he actually loves this Big 12 SEC Challenge.
Like the series, I like this format. Auburn has held its own in this series. We've been in it, and we've had some really good wins for the league. This will be a real challenge in Morgantown. This is probably the toughest 12-game stretch I can ever remember in my career, but at the same time, it's an incredible opportunity.
Yeah. We talked about that 12-game stretch yesterday, and I don't know where Coach is starting that 12-game stretch, if it's this game plus the remainder of the conference schedule, which I think is what he's talking about since it's 12 because he's got 11 conference games left. I don't know that anybody in the country is going to play a tougher next 2 months than what Auburn will, or next month and whatever week.
Well, they're only going to be
Auburn will.
So of these 11 games, I can guarantee you they'll be favored in 3, but that's it.
They'll be favored at home against Georgia.
Yep.
At home against Missouri.
Yep.
And at home against Ole Miss.
Well, 4.
And
at Vanderbilt.
And at Vanderbilt, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the other 7, I know there's some that they won't be a favorite in, at Tennessee, at Alabama, at Kentucky.
At A&M, who just beat you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is a brutal stretch, and it ends about as hard as you can end in the SEC. At Kentucky, at Alabama, hosting Tennessee. This is the start of the real schedule for Auburn. I'm
so
not
4 and 7 though down the stretch. So 20 and 11 going into the SEC tournament. Do you think they're in?
4 and 7 down the stretch. 20-11 going to the SEC tournament with Auburn's reputation. That's about the cut line. Yes.
I think you're clawing in at that point, but you're probably in. Yeah.
I think you're 9-10 seed neighborhood at that point.
And I'm not saying I think they're more 6 and 5, and I think they get in
6 and 5. They're comfortable, and I think at that point you're in the 7, 8, 9 neighborhood. And I was talking to somebody the other day. I forget who it was, but it seems like it was somebody up here. We were talking about would you rather be? Oh, it was Montel, our friend from Redmond. I was talking to him. I said, if you're Bruce Pearl, if you're 7-10. Then all of a sudden, you're playing usually a really hot or really good mid-major team. Usually when you're in that 8-9, you got to get that 1 seed in the second round, but usually you're playing a
Power 5 conference,
a Power 5 team that's sort of a lot like you, that maybe didn't win enough great games down the stretch to get a better seed. I usually would rather be 8-9 than I would 7-10.
Well, if they're 6 and 5, the remainder of this conference schedule, I mean,
it depends on the one I got to see next.
Like if you're in a favorable one,
but a lot of 2s will get you 2.
Yeah.
If you're on the flip side on that 7-10, right, you get the 2. So 1s or 2, they don't really separate a lot for me.
But in those 11 remaining conference games, if you go 6 and 5, you're 12 and 7 in conference play. That can't be right. 12 and 7 is 19 games. But if you're 11 and 7. And the SEC, that gets you.
Yeah.
I think he was counting 12 going back to the A&M game.
You're right.
And again, you're right. I mean, Auburn,
they've only got 10 conference games left. Yeah.
You know, 6-7 years ago, we would have laughed, but you said with Auburn's reputation, they get in.
That's right. That's right.
So, 10 conference games, 5 and 5. Even 5 and 5 makes you 11 and 7. That's getting you in.
Auburn starts it off tomorrow. The SEC Big 12 Challenge. First one out of the gate, 11 o'clock in Morgantown, Auburn in West Virginia. Brown had 5 and 5 on the SEC Big 12 split, 4 and 6 in favor of the Big 12, so 6 and 4 Big 12 winning. I have it. I went 1 and 9. One SEC
that
win.
Is probing. Lenardi, I saw his picks today out of the 10. What do you think?
I have not seen that. What is it?
He went 6-4 Big 10 or Big 12.
6-4, so exactly like not the same exact wins, but 6-4 Big 12 like you.
I like to Bruce Pearl's point, and Auburn got left out of this some. I mean, this has not been one of those where Auburn was always an SEC participant in this event.
It rotates around except for the big ones.
Except for the big ones, and that's what I'm saying. So Auburn has gotten left out of this some, so it's not as if they've been in this every year. I like the concept of this. I've not been a huge fan of the execution of it.
Why?
Because I feel like I've gotten a lot of the same matchups over and over again. I feel like Alabama has played Oklahoma a lot, and Kansas has played Kentucky every year.
I think you could do a better job with the rotation.
And I just don't like I would like the Big 12 to realize, some of those teams playing at Rupp, that's a big deal. And for a lot of the SEC teams, getting a Kansas to come to your place or even going to Fog Allen is huge.
But if I'm the people that are putting this on ESPN, I want Kansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas, and I want it every year.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean, if I see Kansas, Kentucky every year, it loses a little bit of I'm not fired up for that game. Are you fired up for that game?
Well, Dunaway is because it's his
I know because you're locking the year. I get it, but
I'm just saying those are the brands, right?
I know they're the brands, but if I see that brand every single year at a conference, it loses a little bit of its pop.
But if it was Mississippi State and Kansas,
it doesn't have to be Mississippi State and Kansas. God, Tennessee's been really good. Tennessee at Kansas.
Yeah,
and Alabama at Kansas, Auburn at Kansas.
I would love to see Alabama at Kansas tomorrow.
Yes, that'd be. I mean,
that would be.
Yeah, because you played the brand game, and you know what you lost? You lost a really good matchup. Like if you had Alabama going to Fog Allen Fieldhouse, that's the biggest game in the nation.
That would be must-see TV.
Yeah.
Like none of these tomorrow are must-see for me.
I agree with Lance.
Tennessee, Texas is going to be good.
Tennessee, Texas is number one. Yeah. It's. I was looking in one of the stories I was reading, rating the top 10 matchups, and the number one matchup was Tennessee hosting Texas.
Last year at this time, if you had Kansas at Neville Arena or Auburn going to Kansas, it would have been the biggest matchup in the country. But you play the brand game, and you're like, the Kentucky brand. Well, now you've gotten a diminished Kentucky-Kansas game just because you played the brand game.
Rodney Terry, by the way, the interim head coach at Texas, the guy filling in for Chris Beard, as you watch Tennessee and Texas tomorrow in the SEC Big 12 Challenge, just wallow around in every bucket that is scored, because you're going to have two of the most defensive-minded coaches in all of basketball. Rick Barnes loves to slow it down and play defense. By the way, Rodney Terry, 9 years an assistant with Rick Barnes. Chris Beard, who is a defensive genius, who was the Texas coach until he lost the job, hired Rodney Terry to do what? To manage his defense. So a defensive-minded coach hired this guy to manage his defense, and he used to do the same for Rick Barnes, who is these three coaches with now Beard out are intertwined in their love for defense. That will be a bloodbath in Knoxville.
And he had to hire him because Mark Adams, the current Texas Tech head coach, was Beard's defensive genius coach, and they gave him the job. Now, it's not going well for him anymore. It started out okay, but they gave him the job when Beard left, so he had to go hire this guy.
So tough game there in Knoxville. Rodney Terry, who's doing sort of got this team hot now, starting to live up to potential as Texas and Tennessee do a little battle.
I think he's 9-3.
Yeah. So it's took a little while to adjust, and now he's getting his sea legs there. Fun day tomorrow in basketball. When we come back, though, back to college football. Listen, I do not like when fan bases go all in hating one media person specifically. But if you're looking for one, I read this guy a lot. I will offer somebody up on the other side that Auburn fans may have a little something to say. Another fan base in our state probably has a lot to say about it. That's coming up. The show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Precision Sports will get you in the game. We talked a little bit about Mahomes. Practicing a little bit better. McCaffrey not practicing, but he's going to play. If you got that kind of stuff going on in your life, our friends at Precision can get you back in the game.
Yeah, 2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked your shoulder, putting up those Christmas decorations, injured the elbow out in the driveway shooting hoop. Go see our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. 2023 could be that year where they get your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Back with you on the Next Round as we get ready to talk a little college football here. Little TV numbers for you after I tell you about the University of Montevallo. Brown and I always love discussing television, and Lance will be back with the conversation in a second when we talk about maybe new public enemy number 1 for a fan base here in our area. But last year, Brownie, 25 Big Ten broadcasts did something, and I'll tell you what it is after I tell you about our friends at Montevallo. The University of Montevallo is where I went to broadcasting school to learn about all these numbers and things. When it comes to broadcasting, I got my broadcasting degree there from Montevallo. My daughter's in theater, the theater department down there right now. You can find out why your son or daughter belongs at the University of Montevallo. Small class sizes is going to help them academically. Great campus life, sorority, fraternities. They've got the wonderful theater department, broadcasting school, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, and a lot more. All that can be found at montevallo.edu, and you can schedule an in-person tour or take a virtual tour. See that beautiful campus, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Last year, 25 Big Ten games got 3.5 million viewers or more, 25 of those. Now, they're in some big markets and everything.
They really are. I mean, that was the whole reason they added Rutgers and some schools like that, yeah.
The SEC had 32 of those games, 3.5 million. And what made the SEC more impressive is they spread those 32 games of 3.5 million viewers out over more different teams. All, except for 2 of the Big Ten, involved either Michigan, Ohio State, or Penn State. So they have a little problem with the depth of their league getting over that $3.5 million viewer threshold.
That's interesting, and we've often talked about it. As much as people hate CBS in this league, and for various reasons, the value of that 2:30 window always being a national SEC game is quite high, because even the Fox Big Noon Kickoff is not always a Big Ten game. Like, I don't always know, oh, wait a minute, where's the biggest Big Ten game? Oh, yeah, it's 11 a.m. on Fox. It could be primetime on ABC. So there's great value in those numbers, I think, are helped by the fact that if I'm, and this is about to change, and I don't know that it'll hurt the SEC. I think most fans don't really care. They're ready to be done with CBS and Gary Danielson and all that. But if I live in Bozeman, Montana, and I'm like, well, I want to watch the biggest SEC game of the week, I know where to find it.
2:30 CBS.
And it may not always be the biggest SEC game. There's times they've had the game that's not the biggest one for scheduling reasons. But most of the time it is. I mean, most of the time. And if I'm in Bozeman, Montana, I watch it believing it is. Well, it must be the biggest game because it's on CBS.
And that is changing. In fact, it's changing a little bit this year because CBS goes into the Big Ten broadcast. They'll broadcast 7 Big Ten games, most of them in the midday. I don't know if that means during the Big Noon kickoff or if it'll mean 2:30, but CBS is getting into the Big Ten game. And 15 games will be broadcast on NBC this year. Most of those will be at night. And here's a problem in week 2. I wanted to bring this up. In week 2, we're talking television rights with CBS and NBC and Fox.
And real quick, it looks like it's going to be Todd Blackledge on that game. It looks like he's leaving ESPN for NBC to do these Big Ten games.
Yeah, so 15 at night.
Yeah.
Week 2 of the Big Ten this year. Indiana State's at Indiana.
Okay.
Charlotte's at Maryland. UNLV's at Michigan. Richmond's at Michigan State. Eastern Michigan's at Minnesota. UTEP's at Northwestern. Youngstown State's at Ohio State. Delaware's at Penn State. Temple's at Rutgers. Now, keep in mind, I've got to have a game for CBS, a game for NBC, and a game for Fox, their main broadcast.
Good luck.
Out of that list right there.
There ain't one.
Iowa State said that week, but it's at Iowa State.
Yeah.
They don't have the broadcast rights. It'll be ESPN that will.
But that is like a week 11 in old school SEC schedule.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
It's that crap week in the SEC used
They've
to.
got Nebraska and Colorado. But CBS and NBC can't carry that one because it's at Colorado,
Yeah, so it's
Pac-12.
Fox, yeah.
That week.
So Fox actually has some decent choices that week.
Wisconsin's at Washington State that week. Again, Fox or ESPN.
Yeah.
Illinois is at Kansas that week. Again, Fox or ESPN. And Purdue's at Virginia Tech that week. That's the ACC window. That's all ESPN. So
NBC's got to find something out of that crap.
So NBC and CBS has got to find something out of that crap.
That by the way, that is one of the the Big Ten has always Klatt hammers this drum when he comes on with us is hey, they do all their at a conference here, which is not entirely true. They've had some conference games early on. But that's one thing with the SEC saying, we'll have some out of conference games later in the year, and it allows them to keep a schedule where you've at least got 2 or 3 good games, or at least they may not be good games, but they're at least conference games.
Yeah,
it's not Delaware at Maryland.
At least ones will hold the rights to.
That's
for
right,
sure,
yeah.
And Brooke, you're right. 7 this year on CBS. They'll be splitting that 2:30 window with the SEC and the Big Ten.
They will, and get ready for this. I don't know the extent to which SEC fans care, but there will be some weeks where, and you may like this actually, where Brad and Gary are doing the Big Ten game, and we're getting the B crew for the SEC game, which is our buddy Rick Neuheisel and whoever their play-by-play guy is. And it is a bit of a slap in the face there.
Or that we don't have an SEC game on CBS at all.
Is there a chance that will happen this year?
I think on 7 weekends. I think that'll
See,
happen.
I thought it was just part of a doubleheader then. I thought CBS still had a game every week in the SEC this year.
We'll see.
I'm almost certain of that.
I think it's just this year. Yeah,
just this year. And then after that, ESPN's got everything, which means, as we were just discussing, I don't know where your biggest SEC game is going to be once ESPN takes it all over.
It'll move around. But
I think a lot of them will be in prime time, though.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I would love for them to just make a 6:30 primetime kick, whether it's on ESPN or ABC, what CBS did with 2:30.
Yeah, that it is what we view as the top SEC game. This is our number one pick. It's going to be 6:30 p.m. every single week.
Yep.
Unless it's the cocktail party, which the SEC will not allow at night. We're going to do that at 2:30.
Saturday night in the SEC.
Yeah.
And it becomes like a Big Monday used to be in basketball.
I agree. I'd be all for that. I mean, that would take us back to, and I don't know that it was always the biggest game, but if Ron Franklin and Mike Godfrey were on it on ESPN, I assumed I was watching the most important SEC game.
Yeah, and I agree with El Tigre. I think ABC will be where you'll find that. I think it'll stay on the network.
I just don't know what time, though.
Yeah. I hope it's in prime time every time.
I agree with you.
All right, back to the media person who probably has not made any fans with a couple of fan bases here in our state. Right after Brownie tells us about our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
You can right now get geared up for deer hunting season at Nichols Outfitters because they got some great deals currently. 50% off all deer hunting accessories, deer calls, scents, attractants, from now through the end of February. See what the team at Nichols has in store for you to make the most of your season. One of the largest firearm showrooms in the state, but 50% off deer hunting accessories now through the end of February. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Stuart Mandel of The Athletic grades all the new coaching hires. A+ for Deion Sanders at Colorado. A for Luke Fickell at Wisconsin. A for Jeff Brom at Louisville. A- for Matt Rule at Nebraska. And that's it for the A's.
I would agree, all A's, though.
He goes B+ for Auburn and Hugh Freeze. That won't make you upset if you're an Auburn fan. This might, though, as I read for his reason.
And I think I would have gone A, though.
But ethically, his hire definitely feels icky. And the fact that Auburn fans weren't universally behind it led me to downgrade from a possible A- to a B+. I would be
icky.
Icky is a interesting word.
And he goes on and says, I would not be surprised if he proves me wrong and does an A job there. But he called it icky there, the hire there.
I mean, again, I think when you get to a point where Auburn was, I think you can get over some ickiness.
Well, I mean, nobody's going to argue with a straight face that Hugh Freeze doesn't have a checkered past. I mean, we're not we can't argue that one, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, nobody says, "Oh no, he doesn't." Yeah, he's had some issues. I, for one, I'm not saying you look entirely past it, but I do believe in second chances.
Yeah, I'm almost a third chance guy, but definitely the second
Yeah,
chance.
so I mean,
really am.
And maybe Liberty gave him his second chance. I don't know.
But he seems.
I don't think we've rolled out a new T-shirt yet for 2023. I'm willing to make that our new T-shirt for 2023. I'm a third chance guy.
Yeah.
I would buy that.
Yeah.
I'm a third chance guy. We'll
Well,
put
I
a
mean,
little quarter logo on the back.
We
of
used to be a forgiving society, and everybody was a second chance guy, but I'm a third chance guy.
Yeah.
And Hugh, when you hear him, he really sounds remorseful. I don't think there's going to be any hiccups at all.
But that's not the fan base that should be really
Oh,
pissed
I thought
at
you were
Stuart
setting this
Mandel.
up. I thought it was going to be Auburn fans. Okay, we got more.
Just one F given out. Just one F was given out by Stuart Mandel of all the hires in college football this year. Just one F.
Hold on. Let's think about this.
All right. It is not going to be Zach Arnett at Mississippi State. I think that was a popular hire. Yes.
I think he went in the C's for that.
C's for Zach Arnett? Yeah.
I'm trying to remember all the hires.
I am too, and nothing jumps out at me
Wait,
that would be an F.
Let me breeze through the teams real quick. An F. They wouldn't go Brent Key, would they?
They would not. That's a B, in fact, for him.
Okay,
Yeah. One F. One F from Stuart Mandel of The Athletic.
I forgot. I don't want to waste people's time. Go ahead.
UAB. He gives UAB an F. Lipscomb Academy head coach Trent Dilfer. When you're more concerned with winning the press conference than winning games, you pass on any number of qualified college coaches for a high school coach of 4 years who has a Super Bowl ring. The only one he gives an F to is UAB.
And he may end up being right about this. This could be a tremendous failure. I do not know. But there are two things I would say there that Stewart potentially got wrong. Number one would be the assumption you only, quote unquote, hired him to win the press conference. I mean, that is, you're now putting yourself in all the meetings and all the talks that he had with Mark Ingram and saying that Mark Ingram was just like, hey, I got me a big name that can win the press conference. That's a bad assumption or a potentially bad assumption on Stewart's part. And the other thing, and I've said this from the beginning, to call him just a high school coach is a disservice. I mean, this guy was running the Elite 11 quarterback camp. I mean, he is an elite quarterback evaluator. That's more than just a high school head coach.
Yeah, and the other thing that I would add is it's got to be an incomplete on Dilfer. I mean, we haven't seen him coach at this level, so if anything, you can't give him an F right now. You at least got to go incomplete.
But here's the contradiction. There's only one A+ on this list.
And it's Deion?
And it's Deion Sanders, who has a Super Bowl ring and who basically ran wasn't Elite 11, but it
was an All-Star game.
He ran an All-Star game.
Yeah, the Under Armour.
I was about to bring up he really should be an incomplete, but I would go A+ too, just based on the buzz that is around this program and obviously what he's doing recruiting.
Yeah, but to a lesser degree, the buzz of Trent Dilfer of UAB, there's got to be some value in that. So I was surprised when I saw an F there because of what he can do recruiting-wise at that position, just the quarterback position, for a program that has won a lot of football games. And you are replacing a guy who, by the way, used to be just a high school coach in Bill Clark, who built that program to what it is now through working up through the college ranks, and he did it just like he did building his high school program.
And he did it. I mean, if you look at UAB and the success that Bill had, I mean, the one thing they really didn't have was a very, very good quarterback. So, you put a very good quarterback on those UAB teams.
And I know there's a difference between head coach and coordinator, but, I mean, as many shots as Gus Malzahn gets taken at him in this state, the guy was a high school head coach and went from that to offensive coordinator to collegiate level. And I think when he was finally allowed to run his offense there with the talent they had rather than try to shoehorn something in, he did a really good job. And it ended up parlaying it into some head coaching jobs. Now, that's the difference, coordinator and head coach. I get it. But it's not like guys haven't gone from, we can line up the list of the ones that have failed too. I get it. But it's not like guys haven't gone from high school to the college game and been successful right away.
Yeah, I mean, over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Daniel brings up Freeze was a high school coach.
Freeze was a high school coach. Malzahn was a high school coach.
He was.
A lot of these guys were.
Did Freeze go straight from high school to Arkansas State? I think he did he not?
No. Wasn't it Millsap or something like that?
Maybe so, yeah.
Something like that along the way.
Yeah, Lambeth, not Millsap, but Lambeth. But he had, to be fair, he had left Briarcrest and was a position coach at Ole Miss before going to Lambeth.
Do you think they make a good club sandwich in the lunchroom at Briarcrest?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Maybe you may get a little
club sandwich too much work for a lunchroom.
You may get a pimento cheese or a chicken salad sandwich at Briarcrest.
Oh, Briarcrest. I mean, I would not be surprised if it's not something with hollandaise on it.
Yeah.
Like, I'll take the eggs Benedict, please.
All right. So, UAB fans, remember Stuart Mandel called this hire an F. We'll see if Stuart's right or wrong down the road. That's a strong opinion. An F. Not a D, not an incomplete. An F. An icky B+ for Hugh Freeze at Auburn. There you go. Get the pitchforks out. When we come back, we will jump back into some more college football news that is out there. Later, our Brock Purdy headlines for the upcoming weekend, or maybe it's a Patrick Mahomes headline. Maybe it's a SEC Big 12 Challenge headline. That'll be in the final hour of our show right here on the Next Round, being brought to you in part today by our friends right there at Gutter Cap, when you're looking to cap those gutters. And we talk all the time, LT, about just how, the biggest investment for most people are their homes. We had a mutual friend who just bought a new home, and we would ask her the question, are your gutters capped? When you get there, you want those gutters capped.
Yeah, it's one of the things you want to do. It's going to add value to your home. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. The last thing you want to do is get the dangerous ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it. Don't snap it. Right now, a 2023 special for my good friend Chris Stewart. Call 205-823-2212 or online guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Our slice of success last night, before we tell you about sliced pizza, comes
where that
from...
was going.
You knew where it was going?
Yeah.
Our slice of success last night, Michigan State beat Iowa 63-61.
It really makes no sense, though. What is a slice of success?
No, they had a little bit of a win last night.
Okay.
A slice of success, Brown. You know, you have a whole life, a little slice of success last night.
I like the whole pie of success.
USC down 12 at the half, rallied back to beat number 8 UCLA 77-64. Part of that was the Boogie Knights, Boogie Ellis, 27 of his 31 in the second half. You watched that game. That was a fun game.
He lit it up. You know, and he's an electric player, and he's a guy that could, you know, he gets hot, USC could get hot. I mean, you've got another really good player in Drew Peterson. So this USC team, they were an underdog in that game. We gave them out last night, by the way, a clean sweep, 3-0 last night.
Yeah, 3-0.
We had USC plus the 4. Didn't look good at halftime. They were down 12, but as you said, Boogie had a big second half.
Yeah, Boogie deserving of a slice of success from our friends at Slice Pizza.
Hey, it's local pizza, local ingredients, created by my late friend, Jeff Bajaya, one of the best guys in the world. Jason Bajaya and Chris still running it. 4 locations for you. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia right down the road. You've got one in Montevallo and now in Crestline. Don't forget about the daily specials, that curbside family pack special, $75, 12 wings, pan of salad, 2 specialty pizzas. And also, you could do the take-home pizza kit that I mentioned. This is fun for the entire family. It's only $13. You get the sliced dough ball, sliced house red sauce, the mozzarella, the provolone, your choice of one topping. It's all from our friends at Slice. Open 7 days a week. Again, 4 locations. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
And UAB got the big win last night, 65-59. Great game, great second half from Eric Gaines, 16 of his 19 to get UAB the win. They're at Rice, 2 p.m., coming up on Saturday. Brownie, in college football recruiting, Josh Gaddis, by the way, we talked about it at the start of the show, fired earlier today from Miami, a name to keep an eye on to see where he ends up landing next. Next week is the final part of this recruiting cycle, and Billy Tucker, who covers recruiting and is a scout for ESPN, writes today the 5 most impactful states in high school recruiting over this last cycle and could be a player in the future. Number 5 on that list, the state of Alabama.
Yeah. Per capita, every year, we do as much or more than anybody per capita. We just do not have the population of a Texas, a California, Georgia, or Florida. But per capita, we get it done. Us in Mississippi and Louisiana generally get it done.
But not on per capita here, Brown. It's just straight up 18 ESPN 300 prospects in this last recruiting cycle. 66 in the last 5 years at Alabama.
It's why there really is no excuse for Alabama or Auburn having long periods of downtime in football. There just really is no excuse for it. You've got all the money behind you. You got all the facilities you need now that Auburn has caught up a little bit and Alabama had to catch up, when Saban got there. And you've got talent in your backyard. There really is no reason you should fail miserably as an Alabama or Auburn head football coach.
But here's the problem. Of the top 5 recruits from Alabama in 2023, 2 went to Alabama, 1 went to Georgia, and 2 went to Clemson.
But, and that is true, Alabama and Auburn have had success stealing guys out of Georgia to come to their place too.
We're getting to that, but 2 Clemson, 2 Alabama, 1 Georgia.
But I'm not pretending you're automatically going to keep everybody home. But I'm just saying you got enough of a base to recruit from. You ought to start with a really good recruiting class just on in-state guys.
There was a time with the super seniors you'd see in the Birmingham News, and like 11 of the 12 guys were all in-state.
Oh, yeah.
Under the radar recruit, Khalifa Keith, running back who went to Tennessee. They say the out-of-state program that recruits Alabama well, ESPN ranks Ole Miss. The Rebels got several guys, including Quinshawn Junkins and company from the 2022 roster. And then the in-state program that recruits Alabama well, of course, is Alabama. They do this for the top 4.
Can I just say something real quick on one of the players that went to Clemson? And Lunsford is commenting on this in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I saw the Briarwood quarterback play. Hey, can you give me Lunsford's mic real quick? Because I wonder if Lunsford saw the same thing. Lunsford is a sophomore. I saw him play, and I thought it as a sophomore, but I don't know, man. Just as a junior and senior, I saw him play in it. I'm not saying he got worse, but it just didn't seem the same.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's one of those when you watch somebody young, like with Trent Seaborn now, the 8th grader at Thompson, it's like, wow, he's an 8th grader because, like, For an 8th grader, he's pretty good. When you get to be a senior, if you're still playing like you were when you're an 8th grader, you're not very good. I'm not saying he was that way, that he just kind of stayed the same or regressed, but I mean, that team as a whole, the offense was not good. He didn't look that good. I mean,
of course,
no offense, but good luck.
Well, Will Levis is going to be in the top 10 of the NFL
Yeah,
draft.
but, you know, it's much different.
Him.
I mean, when you're talking about it, especially you go back to the 14-year-old at Thompson, how much more developed he is going to be at 18.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah.
Should be.
Yeah, should be. Hands should get bigger. He's going to grow.
But I'll say this now.
Speed, everything.
That kid may go kill it at Clemson. I'll just need to see it.
California is number 4 on this list. They're always there. Top 5 recruits in California this year: USC, Tennessee, Jalen Rashada, who was Miami, then Florida, and is now uncommitted.
It's a free agent.
And Oregon, so one SEC there. Under the radar recruit, Aiden Childs, 4-star quarterback who's going to Oregon State. Out-of-state program that recruits California well, Washington. And then USC wins in-state. Number 3 is Georgia. 146 ESPN 300 recruits the last 5 years. Top 5 recruits in Georgia, to Brown's point. Alabama, Clemson, and Georgia.
How about that? So Alabama got more than Georgia got.
Alabama, in fact, got the top 3 Georgia prospects, according to ESPN 300. Number 11 overall, 24 overall, and 36 overall to leave Georgia and come to Alabama. Under the radar recruit, Jeremiah Tellender, inside linebacker who's going to Tennessee. Out-of-state program that recruits Georgia the best, Clemson. In-state program that recruits Georgia well, Georgia Tech.
Oh, the Ramblin' Wreck, huh?
Making some inroads. Texas is number 2 on this list. And programs that recruit Texas well, Oklahoma, A&M, Texas, Oklahoma, and Texas, top 5. And then number 1, of course, is the state of Florida. They're always there. 61 ESPN 300s there. But the top 5 recruits in Florida, Miami, Alabama, Colorado, Georgia, Alabama. So Alabama's success spread around a little bit, but really well in Florida and Georgia.
And Florida State don't show up in Florida right there, do they? Is at least among the top recruits.
They do not.
Yeah.
They do not.
That's something Billy Napier's got to change. You know, Dan Mullen caught a lot of heat for his inability to recruit, and the record showed that maybe the critics were right about that.
Those numbers, again, from ESPN.com. You can read all the stuff behind that and a lot more fascinating facts from Billy Tucker there at ESPN.com. We talked to Daniel Jeremiah about the draft and some NFL prospects. Brown said the famous 4-letter word, Will Levis. We'll talk to DJ about that coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends right there at Bromberg's. If you're chasing that ring this year, the ring, the one to pop the question with, there's only one place to go. That is Bromberg's.
Yeah, they are your diamond specialists. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. Family owned and operated since 1836. And Bromberg's thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler. Introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris founded back in the Swiss town of Holstein in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch, a thing of beauty designed according to principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. To view them, you can stop by the Summit location or go online, brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This is a rarity on the show, but LT's got a bag over there. I mean, you go back 13 years, Brown. How many times have I been up? A lot.
It's a random occurrence, but it happens once or twice.
Yeah, this is the second time ever I've ever been up a lot.
Second time.
A lot.
Yep.
It's so much so that we've just got a special delivery from our friends at New York Butcher Shop. What's in the bag, man?
And Dunaway's bitching, Brown. You help me out here. He's like, so my steak is getting comped. All I did was reach out to Jim at New York Butcher Shop, and I said, hey, I'm going to be coming in to get Dunaway a steak.
Yes.
What location will you be at today? He said, I heard y'all's grilling conversation yesterday. I'm on my way to the station.
Right,
so after we get to our next guest, we'll get to Jim, and we've got some Wagyu, and we got the certificate of authentication.
Yeah.
It's authentic.
And by the way, I've got a big ribeye in there that's about this thick, center cut.
Can't wait.
That I'm about to enjoy this weekend as I watch a little NFL football. It's about this big.
But he was mad that I got it comped, Brown. I mean, as long as he gets one, what does it matter?
Don't bite the hand that feeds you, Jimmy.
Yeah, especially if it's coming from New York Butcher Shop. Love them. Thank you.
Daniel Jeremiah with us now. NFL Network at Move the Sticks on Twitter. He's always kind with his time. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. DJ, what's up, man? How are you?
I'll tell you what, it's so great to hear your guys' voices. It's been too long. And then your talk about meat is going to take me right into my hottest draft take of the draft season. Are you ready for this?
Oh, we're going to start with DJ's hottest draft take of the upcoming 2023 NFL draft in Kansas City.
Yep, here you go. Here it is.
All right.
The Chicago Bears hold the number one overall pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, when I was, many years ago, I don't even know if this company still exists. You remember Omaha Steaks? Is that still a thing?
I think so.
Is Omaha Steaks still a thing, Jim?
Omaha Steaks? Oh, they're still in? Okay, Jim from New York Butcher Shop shakes his head and says, yes. My father-in-law, DJ, you'll love this. My father-in-law used to have a membership. Like, I'd be at my girlfriend's house. I was dating her at the time, and a styrofoam chest.
We'll say it again. Can't hide money,
man. A styrofoam chest would show up with steaks in it, yes.
So my take is, if I'm the Chicago Bears, I'm getting Bryce Young's address, and I'm getting him a subscription to Omaha Steaks. I'm going to get him up to over 200 pounds at the combine so we can really up this value of this number one overall pick so that we can trade out and get a king's ransom. But I think that's the best investment you could make if you were the Bears.
So if Bryce Young showed up He's not going to grow any, but if he tipped the scales at 200 pounds or more, he'd easily be the number one, is what you're saying.
I think he's got a good shot of being the first quarterback, and I think that would make that, first overall pick a little more valuable. So, and I don't know, it could be something other than steaks. I'm not up on nutrition. What else could help you pack on some weight in a short amount of time? Maybe it's a tub of ice cream. I don't know, but just something just to get his weight up.
What do you think he is? 5'10", 180?
We had him on in Atlanta, so we saw him up close and personal, DJ, and dude is small.
He is small.
I know. You know what's interesting? You guys are killing me because I so love him as a player. And then I talk to, GM buddies and personnel guys that have all been out and seen him. And they're like, man, you love him on the tape. Trust me, I did too. But have you seen him in person? And I'm like, no, I haven't. And he's like, as small as you think he is, just in terms of like narrow and frame and all that. He said it's even smaller when you stand next to him.
Okay.
I'm like, well, gee, thanks.
Yeah, well, just wait. You'll be able to put him in your pocket. But let's attack the elephant in the room, and that has been a running joke with us since the summer, and that's Will Levis. We don't understand it. You get paid to do this. You're not the only one. We saw it before the season started. Everybody had him on their big boards. Everybody's got him in the top 5 now. What's the upside? Why do people believe Will Levis can be a franchise quarterback?
So for me, we always talk about this every year, but my top 50 is kind of what I think of him, and then the mock draft's kind of what you're hearing. So he's going to be, when my top 50 comes out, probably like my 12th or 13th player, something like that. But I do think he's got a real shot of going in the top 5, and the reason is, you can look at some of the worm burners and some of the overthrows and get caught up in that as I docked him on that. But I think when you add up kind of the size, the athleticism, last year was better than this year. He had some more players around him. I think that's a fair take. They weren't very talented in front of him or on the outside this year. But he's flawed. Make no mistake about it. I just think we've seen some guys, and Josh Allen's probably going to make a lot of people a lot of money, for the next decade as everybody tries to find that guy who can make strides and accuracy from one level to the next. But I do know that from watching him on tape, I thought one thing, and then when you talk to people around the league who go into the school, they sell him really well in terms of the intangibles, intelligence, toughness, all that stuff. He played with a broken toe. He played with a messed left shoulder the whole season. I wrote in my notes when I was watching him, when he throws to the left, he's so closed off that it impacted accuracy. And then, that's how I see it. Then I talked to a buddy who went in there, and he's like, well, DJ, he's playing almost the whole season with a separated left shoulder, and he's got a broken toe, so he couldn't open up. So, you can find reasons and excuses for everybody, but there's a lot of them out there.
But I'm going to ask you, as not an analyst, you're a scout. You're the head scout inside an NFL war room on draft night, and you need a quarterback, and you're picking 11 or 12, and Will Levis is there. You would stake you're feeding your family on drafting Will Levis.
No.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? Heck no. No, but I would be in the I'd probably be in the veteran market if we're talking about feeding my family. That's extreme. Yeah, that's I'm not willing to do that.
Okay, that's all I needed. Right
But
there.
if you were the guy making the selection and you could choose, because you've got C.J. Stroud behind him. And, C.J. Stroud in big games
is not in my top 50 list, though. So
okay.
When my top 50 list comes out, I have C.J. Stroud over him. I actually have those 3 guys. If you were going to ask me right now, I'm pulling it up right now. So I have Stroud, Levis, Richardson, 11, 12, 13 on my list. And I'm letting them kind of ride together right now. And as we go through the process, I'll get to see all these guys live in person, see them throw. That'll be helpful for me. I'll get a chance to watch all of the tape. I've seen about 4 games and some cut-ups at this point in time. So it'll give me more time to kind of sort that out. The way I look at it is I kind of put these guys in cars and let them ride together for the first part of this process, and then by the end I'll separate them.
Yeah. What I'm hearing, though, is this is going to be one of those drafts, quarterback-wise, that there are going to be some scouts that are going to have these upset Tums-like stomachs. They're going to need the antacids, and for years they're going to be worried about what they said to an owner or a coach in a war room. This is going to be one of those defining quarterback drafts, it seems like that. Even a Bryce Young is going to be a gamble. CJ's a gamble. Will's a gamble. There's no absolute home run quarterback in this draft is what I'm getting from you here. Is that fair?
They're all flawed. And I was talking to an assistant GM the other day who he made this point, and it was interesting. He said, "Have you watched Anthony Richardson?" I said, "Yeah, I've watched him." He said, "What do you think?" I said, "Well, the good is really good, the bad's really bad. It's kind of a roller coaster ride, but he's enormous. He's incredibly athletic. He's got a huge arm." So he said, "Well, if all these quarterbacks are flawed and they're all a gamble, wouldn't you gamble on the guy who has the chance to hit the biggest?" And it was an interesting way of looking at it. And I know you could watch Anthony Richardson. I can show you 100 plays and make him look unbelievable, and I can show you 100 plays and he looks awful. But if they are truly flawed, then I think that as the process goes deeper, I think it's going to benefit two guys. It's going to benefit Richardson and it's going to benefit Levis, because you can hope and wish and dream on what they can be.
Daniel Jeremiah is with us at Move the Sticks on Twitter, NFL Network. He is their main draft analyst, the best in the business in our opinion. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I think it was Devontae Smith you told me this about, but I remember one time you texted me like, "Hey, I'm watching Alabama film and I cannot quit. This guy's an underclassman. I can't quit watching him." I think it was Smith. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember texting me that?
Yeah, I think it was. Just how pure and smooth he was.
Yeah, and he wasn't even draft eligible at the time. Have you caught somebody this year in watching film that may not even be draft eligible? I mean, it could be Brock Bowers. He's not.
I was going to ask you about
yeah.
Brock Bowers. The highest tight end to ever go was last year with Kyle Pitts. I mean, Brock Bowers, you see what Travis Kelce does right now for the Chiefs. I think he could be as good or better one day. Could Brock Bowers go number one overall? Is that crazy?
My gosh, is the tight end?
Well, I went to the national championship game, and took my son, who, by the way, if you want to have you try and tell me how you can have a more fun evening than take your kid who goes to Baylor to watch TCU lose by 100. He had a wonderful time at the national championship game.
Well, Baylor should have taken care of business. You shouldn't have had to watch that crap.
I looked at him. I said, do you know what I paid for these tickets? And B, it's your fault. If you guys would have handled this, I wouldn't be forced to watch the massacre in the rain at SoFi that I'm watching right now.
In the rain in a dome. It's raining over in a dome.
It doesn't matter. That thing where my tickets were, man, that rain was coming in from that canopy. It is not closed in. So I'm watching that, and I knew it just from seeing them on tape earlier in the year, but I said, look, he knew who he was. He's a football fan. I said, 19 is going to be, he's the best player on the field. It's not even close. And sure enough, he goes off in the game. So I'm good buddies with Stacy Searles, who I'm sure you guys remember, and who was the offensive line coach at Georgia. He was my offensive line coach at App State a million years ago. Now Stacy's coached everywhere, and I asked him about I said, man, I wish the tight end could come out. He said, no, the tight end is coming out. I said, no, not that tight end, the tight end. He started laughing. He goes, DJ, I'm not going to lie to you. He goes, he is the best athlete I have ever been around in my entire life. I said, Coach, you played with Bo Jackson. You can't say that. And he had a good laugh at it, but that dude is a freak show.
So is number one? I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous, but I mean, if you go back, would Travis Kelce be worthy?
He won't be the number one pick, because the USC quarterback and the North Carolina quarterback are probably going to be the first two picks.
DJ, I'm interested when you get to the Senior Bowl and you see a guy or combines or workout like Jahmyr Gibbs, who we only saw for a brief moment in Tuscaloosa this year. What makes him so intriguing, or maybe a flaw in the NFL game when he moves to the next level? How much do you like Gibbs?
Yeah, I'm a fan, and I'll give you the sneak peek of where I have. So he's my 28th player in the draft, so that tells you, I think he's all day a first-round pick. I'm sure everybody says it there as well, but there's so much Alvin Kamara to kind of what he does, and how he moves, and how you can use him as a receiver. He's going to be a big-time weapon, and calling the Charger games, he's not as strong as Austin Eckler, but, Austin catches 100 balls a year. I think this kid has a chance to do the same exact thing, to be just a real weapon in the pass game, and somebody that can hit some home runs out of the backfield. So he's my second runner in this draft. I think he's a really, really good player.
Okay, I don't know where you scouted these guys, but if we could go back 2 years ago, and I would have said this Sunday at 2 o'clock, either Brock Purdy or Jalen Hurts is going to be a starting quarterback in the Super Bowl. Would you have thought that was a possibility?
Well, Hurts was in my top 50, so at least I, didn't fumble that, tremendously. When I look at Brock Purdy, you don't even want to know.
Well, I mean, the NFL had him at like 360, so I don't care where you had him, really. They drafted him last.
Yeah, well, I put out a top 150. He did not crack the top 150. And when I look up my notes, here, I'll even pull them up. I'll pull it up right here.
I bet he'd love to hear this.
Kid can't play. He needs to go sell insurance.
Oh, yeah, these are the fun ones. I mean, just like, come on, how could you be this off? Let's go by position. Let's go quarterbacks. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. I just thought he had average quickness, poor vision. I thought he held the ball too long. I thought he had overall average tools. I gave him a free agent grade. He did, and then the positive stuff. So look, the guy did start 47 games. He completed 72%. No, he was 19 touchdowns, 8 picks his last year there. And I'm like, okay, he's 6 feet tall. He ran 4.84. Just nothing about it stood out to me that this guy had a chance to, I didn't think he'd be a good number 2, much less be potentially leading a team to a Super Bowl. So, yeah, that's a swing and a miss.
But DJ, I mean, isn't the NFL littered with teams that have played a guy like this, they buy into him for the future, and it doesn't work? I mean, what do you do if you're San Francisco with him?
Well, I mean, after the first start, I was like, yeah, whatever. This is Tim Rattay. It's fine. A couple more starts. I'm like, maybe this guy's the Jimmy Garoppolo. And then a couple more, I was like, oh, crap. I hope this isn't Tom Brady. But I mean, that is the most quarterback-friendly situation a player in his spot could ever fall into. I mean, you have eliteness everywhere. Elite offensive line, elite running back, elite tight end, 2 elite receivers, elite play caller, elite defense. Like, you are literally surrounded by the best of the best. And he's able to just kind of be Kyle Shanahan's joystick out there on the field.
If I was feeding my family in the war room as a scout, I'd always be the defensive guy. I'd be like, you know what we need to do? We need to go linebacker right here. You say that every draft, Jim. Those linebacker guys seem like they always make it in this league.
Jim, we've got 12 linebackers.
Give me a linebacker,
roster,
man.
yes.
Give me a linebacker.
That's like, good news, bad news. The good news is, we got the defensive rookie of the year. The bad news is we completed 4 passes this year. We didn't win games.
He's got to be really good.
We keep losing games 9-6.
All right. You'll see. He referenced it many, many times. His top 150, his top players, all of his mock drafts right there with the NFL Network. @MoveTheSticks on Twitter. @MoveTheSticks does a great podcast as well. Just everything from Daniel Jeremiah. We appreciate the time. Always fun talking to you, DJ. Have a good weekend.
I've missed you guys. Again, let's see if we can get an endorsement deal maybe and get some meat shipped off to Bryce and make this thing happen.
Okay. All right. We'll talk to New York Butcher here and see if he'll feed Bryce.
There you go.
Thank you, DJ. Bye.
Fatten up Bryce for the draft with our friends at New York Butcher Shop. We'll talk grilling here in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you're looking for good Southern fried chicken, you can do that with Champy's Chicken today. Sterling and his crew offer up that great Southern meal. Also, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales there, which are a great appetizer or a meal, however you want to do that. The great sides, the slaw I love. You love the beans there. All the wonderful stuff. You can get it to go, get it for your tailgate, whatever, champyschicken.com. It is time to jump in. Royal Rumble is this weekend. We're about to be a Royal Grilling Rumble. The shots were fired the other day between the Woodmaster over here and the gas grill Lance Taylor.
And here's the thing. Look, I'm not a grilling expert by any means. I enjoy the food. I could, if anybody else would take over the grill for me, I love it. When my buddy Jimmy Anthony comes over, he does it, I stay away. My whole point was, and by the way, Jim from the New York Butcher Shop, 2 great locations, Highway 119 in Greystone and the Cabo Heights, joins us right here in studio, nice enough to deliver some product that we'll talk about. But my whole point was his product is so good, I could take his Wagyu meat, drop it on my gas grill, and the taste would be better than anything outside of Jim's product on Brown's grill that he could do. That was my whole point.
I mean, Jim, you're the expert. Go ahead.
Hey, it's all time and temperature. That's all it is. It's a matter of technique. But I'm with Brown. I'm a wood and charcoal guy.
Yeah, I think most people are.
So am I
most
doing
refined palates? Yeah.
But am I doing a disservice putting your Wagyu product on a gas grill?
Oh, no. It's just the way you prefer it. Just go with what you like.
That's what I've always said, Jim, is a great steak is a steak the way you like it.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone asks me, should I cook a Wagyu steak differently than I cook an Angus or anything else? No, you cook it the same way. That's the only way you're going to be able to tell the difference between the two. But the way you cook is the way you cook.
But you can tell the difference between Wagyu. You know, the first time I had it, I was like, my gosh.
Yeah, but you really, like if you heavily season or marinate meat, you really don't need to do that with Wagyu.
No, you're correct. Yeah, because it's genetically predisposed to be really tender and juicy. And you can see the marbling on that is just... That's unbelievable. That's what you look for in a fine steak.
I probably don't want to show that price point, do I?
No, it's up to you.
I mean, you got to pay for Wagyu, man. Nobody's pretending you don't.
That's the Wagyu?
Yeah, so if you can tell yourself. So this is, how many ounces is this one?
And see, that's
about 12 ounces. It should be right by your finger, the pounds.
Yeah,
it's about
12 ounces, a little over. A little over 12 ounces.
I've never had Wagyu.
Well, you're going to tonight. $103 for this steak.
That's actually not as bad as I thought.
Look at Tyler's face. Do that expression into your camera, Tyler.
And
but here's the thing now.
Tyler, you got to get it.
Here's the thing now. If you say like a 16-ounce steak, Wagyu is really, really rich. I mean, you're going to get by on 8 to 10 ounces of Wagyu.
Yeah, I can't do more than 12 or 16 ounces, especially. And there are different, kinds of Wagyu. There's the Japanese A5. There's the American Wagyu. There's also the Australian Wagyu, and it's a little bit different.
But this Japanese A5 is the best, in my opinion.
Is my ribeye in there?
Yeah.
Can you show it to me? Just so
because
I'm going to let you pick.
Who do
you
sell the
ribeyes?
Do you sell the American Wagyu?
Yeah, sure.
And is it
another Wagyu?
Snake River?
Yeah, it comes out about it. Yeah, Snake Rivers, and it's a blend of the Japanese strain of Wagyu, as well as also a blend of that with 100% Angus.
Yeah,
that's how they come up.
Yeah, and for people because we were asking yesterday, how do they develop the Wagyu? I mean, it's all in the way the cows are fed. I mean, those cows are the ones we're eating in the Wagyu are treated like
absolutely
royalty.
It is. There's 3 real strings of Japanese Wagyu. I can't remember. I get my tongue tangled up every time I try to name them. But they're that's what they kind of come up with in Japan, and they're from different prefectures around the country of Japan. It's just not from the area of Kobe. They've got several of them. They're really strict with what they come out with. But then they sell the string to the American guys to do the American or Australian to come up with a blend of Wagyu.
Eddie asked in the chat room, what's the difference between veal and Wagyu?
Well, veal is a different. I mean,
it's a different animal.
Veal is it's a different altogether. yeah.
But, well, I didn't know if there was a more in-depth answer than it's a different animal. I mean, I didn't know if you wanted to go more in-depth.
Well, veal is the baby version.
The baby version of
a cow.
Yeah. I've never been a big veal guy. Do you like veal?
I'm not much of it. I mean, I'll eat it.
I think it's okay. I mean, veal Parmesan, I can take it or leave it.
Yeah.
But I would much rather. I mean, if you're a meat eater and you've never had Wagyu, I don't know if this is going to be a problem and it could become a hobby for you. But I try to get it at least every other month. I mean, your certified Angus prime beef steaks are great on their own right. Mm-hmm. You know, whether it's prime or choice.
Right.
They're both great. But the Wagyu, I highly suggest for at least to try it out. And again, normally I get an 8-ounce filet, but when I get the Wagyu, I get 5 ounces.
Yeah. That's all I can handle too. But if you're trying to impress your boss or get out of the doghouse, go for the Wagyu.
This may be the Calhoun County redneck coming out in me, but a Duroc pork chop like he has, properly prepared, is every bit as good as a steak to me.
You're not lying. It is great.
Yeah.
Cook it just like a steak, too. People overcook pork. You don't have to.
No, you don't have to.
Yeah. You cook it to internal temperature.
135,
140, 145 is all you got to do.
Was Sam the Butcher realistic in Brady Bunch?
But you chop it up back at your butcher there, right? You're chopping that cow up there.
I've seen Jim pull out the side of beef and slice my steaks off the side of beef.
I've
seen him
working.
do it. Yeah.
He's not back there crunching numbers. He's always cutting.
No, I mean, I'll go in and Jim was like, "What do you want, Ryan?" And I don't know. Here, just trust me on this one. He'll pull out the side of the beef, cut up a couple steaks, and hand them to me. I mean, straight off the side of beef.
Cut you off a slab.
Yeah, I love it.
You know what you've really become infamous for is the lunch and the sandwiches.
Yeah.
And it is the biggest sandwich. Like, I can't eat the whole thing. These guys are really good at eating, like, huge portions.
Yeah.
But I have to split it in half and then save half for later.
Oh, they're so good, though.
Yeah, you have to have a trailer hitch to get it out of the store
Oh,
sometimes.
so
But
good.
yeah, my goal is to make you take a nap after you eat the thing. I mean, if you're doing that, I'm mission accomplished.
Well, truthfully, with your sandwiches, you know what I do? I get home and I take a little bit of the meat off and set it on the side so that my mouth will fit on it, so I can eat the sandwich, and then I have a side of meat that I eat with your sandwich. It works out really good. Well, thank you for bringing by this wonderful steak that I'm going to enjoy this weekend. It's been a championship run for me. Thank you to all the people who helped me win down the stretch. Everybody but the squadron who cost me a steak the other day, but. Hats off to,
he's been on fire.
Programs
Jim.
like Missouri who helped me the other night.
Put it this way, I'm
else.
14-3 in my games this week, and one of my losses, Dunaway picks it.
Yep.
Just out of thin air.
Yep. And we'll see if I'm getting a steak to eat this weekend. I may give him one back if the SEC has a great day tomorrow, but I don't think it'll happen. Big day for the Big 12 in the SEC Big 12 Challenge. New York Butcher Shop, man, thank you for swinging by here. I like to get mine dusted. I don't even have to worry about seasoning. They just dust it for me right there in the shop.
Yeah, anything, let them dust it for you because the seasoning is fantastic, unless you get Wagyu and you don't have to do anything.
Yeah, fantastic. When we come back, we've got trash, and we'll hit the headlines again and let you know maybe what Brown is thinking about Josh Gaddis' next step. All that is coming up on the show. That's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Redmont Vodka and Redmont Distilling.
Hey, we had a meeting with our friends at Redmont Vodka yesterday, and we've got some big news coming up. You're going to be able to win Chuck's Bucks. We'll give you more.
I like Chuck's Bucks.
More information on this.
Take that, Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah. Win Chuck's Bucks. It is coming up. It's going to be part of our Final Four bracket for March Madness. We'll give you details once we solidify everything. But the weekend is here, so get out, support our friends at Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection, 8 times distilled, available all over the place. Ask for it by name. It's Redmont Vodka.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics, Aaron Suttles, is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, Trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Got texted by a friend saying you're going to share that Wagyu with Maggie.
Are you?
That would be a no.
Oh,
there's no till death do us part. It's nowhere in there. Do I have to share my steak?
Yeah, like I'll be picking up steaks for Jack, Jace, and the roommate, and Lady Bird will get a burger tonight.
Yeah.
So I'll swing back around to the New York Butcher Shop, but they're all getting prime. They ain't getting Wagyu.
Imagine Lady Bird looking at him. Burger!
Is TNR going to do a Thursday, Friday March Madness watch party at a restaurant? We'll let you know. It depends on where Alabama, Auburn, and everything that's going on. I will tell you, I will not be in Las Vegas. I made that call last night.
But keep in mind,
I'm here.
We got Thursday games in Birmingham.
That's
so
right.
That's just keep that in mind when you ask that question.
That's right.
More
Thursday
on
and
that
Saturday.
coming up.
Yeah. So we'll let you know when we get closer to that. But set your alerts, as always, and tune in every day. And another big event that's coming down to Legacy Arena and the BJCC before March Madness gets here is the World of Wills. And that's next weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend.
Yeah, February 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the BJCC Convention Complex is the 52nd annual O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. You can see hot rods, race cars, antique cars, classic cars, custom imports, motorcycles. It's just going to be a phenomenal show there. You've got Thompson Square doing a concert this year, Friday night at 6 o'clock, 30-minute performance, followed by autograph session with the band. Joe and Amanda Martin from Iron Resurrection Saturday. JJ, Jimmy Walker, Dynamite from Good Times. He is on the show next Thursday, and then he'll be down there Sunday signing autographs and getting photos. Pick up tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts and avoid the lines. Or just go online, worldofwills.net for all this info, worldofwills.net.
When you called and got Sterling's number last night, did you swing by his place?
I did not. That was for something totally different. That was something he and I had discussed, and I was having to fill him in on something.
All right. Sterling says, I tried to talk Brown into another Hot Ones challenge last night.
Did?
He said Jim and Lance would never do it again.
I'll do it.
Oh, I'll do it. I'll do it again.
He asked, he and I were discussing something else completely unrelated to that, and he said, hey, are y'all doing another Hot Ones this year? And I said, I don't think you could talk Jim and Lance into it.
No, I would do it. I want to do it differently, though. I want to do it where maybe we don't use the actual Hot Ones sauces. I would love somebody like Sterling or somebody to give us,
Yeah, the only thing that I get a little scared of, and look, Sterling's a friend, not only a great client, but he's also a friend, that these guys might try to have fun with us.
No, that's why I would trust Sterling to do it.
Yeah, but Sterling still might try to have fun with us.
But he wouldn't kill us.
I don't know.
Yeah. Sterling wouldn't kill us.
The people ask me about the Hot Ones often, and you could see it. It's on our YouTube channel. And I always tell them, to me, the thing nobody ever talks about, it wasn't necessarily the heat, it was the taste. Yeah. And that's where Sterling will get it right. His will taste good.
That's right. Some of them just tasted bad.
The taste was awful in some of them.
Here's
just
what I want to do,
awful.
too. I want to do it a little differently, too. I'm going to see if our buddy Herb Lynch's will interview us when we do it.
Oh, that'd be good.
Okay.
That'd be good.
Hello again, everybody.
So we'll do it again. Yes, Sterling. We'll do it again. It's time to do trash right now, away from all our sports conversation. Do you have anything new on Josh Gaddis yet? Any rumblings, any buzz or anything?
I don't. Let me send a text. There was somebody I needed to text about that. I'll do that. Also, Rockstar is going to join us. I need to tell Tyler that, too. Rockstar going to join us at 12:20. We're going to do a little. It's he and Jess, by the way.
Right after Pat Bradley.
They're on the road right after Pat Bradley in that next segment.
Stevie Nicks.
Yeah, dark-haired Stevie Nicks. They're going to join us from the road. So we'll see what Rockstar's up to.
From the shooter to the Rockstar, and Brown's going to keep working the phones on Josh Gaddis. But right now it is time for trash.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there is no middleman, and you can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations on Highway 280, right here in Birmingham, or Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We've seen some crazy mugshots in the past.
We have. Trash has been full of them.
Yeah, and Nick Nolte, probably the most infamous celebrity.
Yeah, it's rough. Nobody looks their best in their mugshot.
Get a look at Sammy Martz here, 47 years old.
Oh, my God.
He flashed what they call a disturbing grin with both eyes wide open as police took his mugshot.
I don't think he's got any other kind of grin, honestly. I think disturbing is his default grin.
What would you guys guess this man is guilty of, or at least has been arrested?
I would say trying to drive a hammer or nail into his own forehead.
It does look like he has tried that, yes. It missed and got his nose,
He's been
too,
arrested
right?
and charged for allegedly kidnapping a woman, threatening to kill her, and burning her at least 3 times with a torch.
At least 3 times.
Well, first of all, he's got a torch.
If you ever saw Young Frankenstein, Marty Feldman, he's got that look.
He looks a little torchy. You're right.
Like if I told you that dude's got a torch, adds up.
Officers were responding to a domestic disturbance call. They found the victim hiding under her neighbor's porch as she suffered from a swollen, quote, shut eye. Woman told police that Martz had hit her in the face when she was trying to leave the home early in the morning, and that he kept her there for 4 to 5 hours.
Well, I say we put him in that little box behind him there. Open that little door, put him in that box, and let him stay there for a while.
1 week in the hole.
I'm good with that guy going to the island.
I mean, have you seen bigger eyes? I know he's exaggerating the size of his eyes, but those are some big old eyes, man.
Again, Marty Feldman. Can you pull Marty Feldman real quick when you get a chance?
Marty, I can't
Do you guys not remember this actor, Marty Feldman?
I don't. I remember the name, but I'm not going to remember what Marty Feldman looks like.
Shaking his head, yes, listening to us right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Oh, Marty Feldman.
Marty Feldman eyes. Look at that.
Young Frankenstein. So Marty Feldman's got crazy eyes? Oh, he does.
Yeah.
You're right. There's some Marty Feldman in there.
I do remember him.
Yeah.
In fact, Jeff could look like him, as far as we know. That could be Jeff.
He could, yeah.
Yep.
Dak Prescott's got a new lady in his life.
Congrats, Dak.
Cowboys quarterback, the way this reads, is, quote, casually dating LSU swimmer Jaden Janesk.
No, wait. I was going to go old girlfriend first, but there we go. We're already up. That's okay. Stay with it. You're live on the air.
Oh, is that the old one?
That's the old
the old one looks better.
That's old right there.
Yeah.
That's previous girlfriend?
I mean, they pretty much look alike. I think
he's got a type.
He does.
Yeah.
He does, and I'm sure they've got a type too.
So
a guy that's got a ton of money.
And there's the new one.
There's the new one.
Yeah. So they told Page Six that the source said they got active around the holidays. Janesk is said to have taken a few of her Tigers teammates to a couple of games over the season to see Prescott, whose breakup with longtime girlfriend Natalie Buffett was revealed following the divisional round loss to the 49ers over the weekend. She said, quote, he's on a rebound. We're just having fun right now.
Swimmer's body, man.
Yeah. She's a SEC swimmer, too. It just means more.
What's the L for, though?
LSU.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And
Or,
there's the S and the U. I get it.
Or for the Cowboys this weekend, a big fat L for Dak.
She sent that to him.
Hey, I'll tell you, man.
Sorry, Dak. Loser.
Their women's athletes are more in the news than their male athletes.
I would agree with you 100% because they got that gymnast that I don't even think really competes for them. But
if I was Burrow, I'd go back to campus.
She has been actively reaching out to him.
I heard that.
Yeah. I don't think Joe's interested.
I would say chances her event as the butterfly is slim and none there.
What do you think her event is?
Oh, go ahead and say it, Jim. You know you want to say it. Just say it, Jim. It's obvious.
Backstroke.
Okay, very good. Well played.
Oh, we've got a man defecated on the floor.
If not, you get a lot of this. I can't stay in the water.
Man defecated on the floor at a restaurant in Fort Myers after breaking in early Saturday morning and stealing alcohol and other items. If you're going to take their stuff, don't shit on their floor.
Yeah, just use their toilet, please, and flush.
Fort Myers Police Department needs help identifying the suspect you see right there.
Well, they should have a pretty good DNA.
Oh, yeah. I'm not collecting it.
They said around 2:30 a.m. on Saturday, suspect climbed through a small window at Joe's Crab Shack in Fort Myers. Suspect then stole various items.
That explains why I had to go to the bathroom.
Yes, I don't know that you're going to be able to tell the difference. But
I too have pooped on Joe's Crab Shack before.
One time.
20 years ago, I was in a wedding rehearsal dinner at Joe's Crab Shack.
Lance.
Shut up.
Yeah, I swear.
Rehearsal dinner at Joe's Crab Shack?
Yep.
Is there a chance that person has visited here the last 30 days?
No. This was out in California.
I know you're talking about.
This is the one time I had to get in. I've gotten in a tanning bed one time in my life.
Yeah.
And they were all Californian. They're like, you cannot come out here. The wedding was in January. They were like, you can't come out here all pasty. You got to have a little color to you for the pictures.
Chad asked in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, are they still married?
Nope.
Yeah, it didn't last. Joe's Crab Shack. The one we had in Birmingham is the only one I've ever eaten in my entire life. I went one time and ordered, and it was taking forever for my food to come out. Forever. And then the people we were with, they brought their food and not ours. And then I look across the restaurant, and my server is standing in a chair singing happy birthday to somebody. And I said then, I am never coming back.
Not even happy birthday. They would do like disco. They were doing all kinds of stuff.
Yep. And I was like, that's
the
it
one
for
thing
me.
they
I'm
weren't
done.
doing was making good food. Anyway, this dude shit in the floor, and he got arrested.
Yeah.
So, if you know who he is.
You know what blows me away, though? What blows me away? You go down to Destin, and they got that Joe's Crab Shack right there about where 98 dumps in, or where...
I know what you're about to say, but there's a reason.
Well, what I'm about to say, what I'm about to say is it is covered up.
Well, and there's a couple of reasons, because you have people that come from small towns that never have an opportunity, probably don't know what it is. And then you also have every restaurant is covered up, so you have to find an option.
And I guess that's it. But I mean, my God, you're going to wait an hour and a half there, too. Wait an hour and a half at somewhere that's got good food.
Finally, railroad workers were able to rescue a stricken male raccoon after it became frozen to the tracks. Look at that.
Thankfully.
It's literally straddling the tracks, and its balls are actually frozen to, yes, I promise you.
Poor fella.
Neil Mullis was out on the job when he came across, poor little guy. Traumatized-looking raccoon was eventually rescued after a 5-minute operation. Went on to say, quote, I poured the warm water under his bottom, tried to break him loose. After about 5 minutes of slowly working him loose, he was free, jumped off the rail, ran into the woods, never looking back. Said somehow he sat on that rail too long.
Why you got your pants off? My balls is frozen. I understand.
I mean, how bad is that, though? Can you imagine, not only your balls are frozen, you're stuck, but a train coming straight towards you?
Yeah, I mean,
would you rather coming towards you or behind you?
Not for air.
No, would you rather the train, you hear it coming behind you, or you got it coming towards you?
I'd want it at that point. Well, it's going to be awkward, but from behind.
The whole train, Jim?
I didn't need to ask you.
Hey, by the way, one of the greatest lines in TV history. I'm watching Justified. My wife and I are watching Justified on the recommendation of one of our listeners, Ush and Lance, right? And last night, Timothy Oliphant shoots a guy. The guy's running away from him, shoots him in the back twice, and kills him.
He does kill a lot of guys.
He kills a lot
for
of
a small county.
Big body count there in Harlan, Kentucky. But anyway, the guy's like, I can't believe you shot me in the back. He goes, well, if you want me to shoot you in the front, you should have run at me. That's a great line.
He's a pretty good shot, too.
He is, too.
Buying a home is a major milestone in life, and getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. The housing market has its ups and downs, and that perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by. But with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right. The Billy Packer passed away, and I like his... his son used to do a radio show in the afternoon, and I loved listening to Pack in the afternoons. Mark Packer, yep.
Yeah, the Pac-Man, they called him.
Yeah, so I really liked his show in the afternoons, and he does some stuff on the ACC network now with a couple of friends of ours. But Billy Packer was never one of my favorite analysts, but he was beloved in college basketball, and he's a guy who loved the sport, and he's, been retired for years away from broadcasting. And it makes me think, a lot of Al McGuire, too, who we lost some years ago and, Dickie V, who's recovering. There was a generation of basketball analysts that were so good at what they did back in the day. Even though I wasn't the biggest Billy Packer fan, I really loved his son, Mark Packer. But
and I'll let Brown tell the Billy Packer story in a second. The only thing I would say about Billy Packer for a minute, him and Vitale were the faces of college basketball. I mean, 34 consecutive years as the color analyst for CBS on the Final Four.
Yeah, he was really, really good. One thing I remember about him is it gets forgotten in the Chris Webber timeout fiasco that he clearly traveled in the backcourt and the officials missed the call. But Billy Packer didn't. I will never forget watching that game, and Packer goes, "Oh, he traveled!" And I'm like, "Well, he did. I mean, he completely traveled." No, I use it. Lance was referencing the fact that I don't know if I liked Billy Packer or not. I'm having a hard time remembering, but I think I remember him.
He seemed like an arrogant guy.
Seemed arrogant and condescending. But when I first got into sports radio, I was producing Herb Winches and Ben Cook at the old WJOX days. And Herb had Herb wanted me to get Billy Packer on, so I got him on a few times. And I just always remember talking to him before he came on the show and with Herb. He was just incredibly nice. Sometimes you people, and it's very rare with our guest, but sometimes you hear a guest and they're really nice to us and they're a turd to Rockstar or Tyler or whoever's calling them. And I hate it. And we try not to get those people back on. He was not that way. He was an extremely, genuinely, it seemed, nice guy. And it kind of changed the way I felt about him. So, Billy Packer, man, that was... He and Al McGuire were a different cut, man. It was just a different world back then.
So our thoughts to the Packer family and those that knew Billy Packer, a legend in broadcasting and in basketball circles, a Wake Forest player, I believe. His love for the ACC was undeniable, and for March Madness. Billy Packer passing away.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
I was cheering for the other, to be honest.
Well, I think the other was in play.
You just want a game footage, Jim. Coach's film.
Cut number 9, please. A little the championship talk. We'll get back to basketball. Pat Bradley, the shooter, joins us on the phone at the top of the hour. Don't get too excited about seeing the shooter again.
I don't think he'll ever do Zoom with us again. I've asked.
Because of that?
I just think he doesn't know what he's doing. I think that showed at that time. He didn't know how to uncover his webcam and all that. It's one of the greatest moments in show history, but I don't think he wants to relive it.
Our friends at Champies bring you this hour as we get ready for the championship weekend. Don't forget Sterling and his crew, a great place to swing by before you watch the 2 o'clock kick of the first game and then the doubleheader of championship, AFC, NFC championship games on Sunday. Champies Chicken Highway 119 in Alabaster open for lunch and then for the big game on Sunday as well. Great place to go after church or anytime. Champies Chicken, date night, whenever. It's worth the drive, Highway 119. One thing you don't want is bulletin board material. It doesn't matter. We got the 4 best teams. But our man Willie Gay of Kansas City, PJ Green covering the Chiefs, sent this out. This is Willie Gay talking yesterday in the locker room after practice.
What is it about that Bengals offense that maybe impresses you the most? You played them a few times.
Nothing.
Okay.
What do you got to do personally, you think, to go out there and have your best game and help get the team to the Super Bowl? Stop the run for sure. They're going to try to do that to, act like they can big boy us. But front 6, 7, going to definitely do our job and try to slow that down.
Nothing.
What is it about that Bengal offense that impresses you?
Nothing.
Try to big boy us. They're going to try to big boy us.
Just to let to remind him, 10 straight wins, and in those 10 wins, they've averaged over 28 points per game, which is really good in the NFL.
Money line, I'll take the Chiefs right now in a stake.
Not that it matters because you're just going stake, but I was going to look up the actual money line is Chiefs. You said Chiefs is what you want?
Yeah,
minus
like
124. The Bengals are plus 106.
I mean, the Chiefs are the right way here.
Chiefs are going to win this game.
They're favored 1.5.
I mean, the only thing is, normally I would play the Chiefs in this spot, but the Bengals are the best team in the NFL.
Lance is torn here.
If they're the best team in the NFL, they can't lose the game.
Well, it's on the road.
It's on the road. It's against Pat Mahomes.
I'll go the 1.5. I'll give you the 1.5.
I've always said this. Unlike you, I will take any bet you ever throw out there.
That's not true. That's not true. You don't take every bet. I throw some out, and you're like, no, I like them too.
Jim's right about that. As much as I hate to agree.
99 out of 100.
It's like Jim has moved to Kansas. You're all in on Kansas over Kentucky. You're all in on Kansas City over Cincinnati.
Shout out to my friend Lisa Tulp, one of the great television producers of all time.
Rock Chalk Dunaway.
Okay, so this is not going to be official, whatever my selection is on Sunday.
No.
This will
is
probably
just
factor into it.
Show purpose only. But Sunflower Jim feels like Kansas City wins this one.
I just saw 8 experts picking against the number 7 have got the Bengals.
Against the number.
Yeah.
So Bengals plus 1.5?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll take
essentially you're saying you think
he's already writing this thing down.
So KC minus 1.5 for me.
That's fine.
All right.
Do you think it goes off at 1.5?
Well, what I hope Mahomes goes down first series. I'm kidding.
He was a full participant in yesterday's practice. They have not released the injury report yet today, but full participant means he's playing 100%, and he's fairly healthy.
Those high ankle sprains, though, you did the basketball podcast. What are we calling it this year? Is it still Jimmy Buckets?
Oh, we called it the basketball podcast.
Okay,
wow.
Yeah.
So.
Very original. But Riley Norris, former Alabama player, was up here doing that with you, and he's going to be doing it consistently week to week. But we were talking about the high ankle sprain with Pat Mahomes, and he's like, 2, 3, 4 days after is when it really starts to bruise up. And watching him, he doesn't look like it's a factor right now, but I find it hard to believe 60 minutes against that defense, who, by the way, has only given up 13 points per game in the postseason, they're going to be coming after him.
Absolutely. It'll be fun to watch. Do you have what's the MyBookie line on San Francisco, Philadelphia?
MyBookie.ag code next round. The MyBookie line currently, Philadelphia favored 2.5, a total of 46.5. Philly is minus 148 on the money line. You could get San Fran for plus 126.
Can I have San Fran in that one?
No, that's where I want. I was going to say I don't even want the points. I would take San Fran without the points. I would take.
So you think straight up?
Yeah, I'm Kansas City, San Francisco.
Have you
49ers.
Have you been looking at money where things are?
No, I haven't.
This is a true gut play on your part.
This is true gut play. It's me reading some notes this weekend.
What do you like about San Francisco that makes it such a good play?
Well, what I like about San Francisco that makes it such a good play is actually I don't like anything about San Francisco. As I wrote this down.
Why would you not go the other side?
Jalen Hurts.
Why would you not go Philadelphia?
I'll take San Fran.
And let him have San Fran.
Why do I like San
And
Fran?
I'll do it at a pick. Again, I don't need the points.
There's a lot of reasons why I like San Francisco because I think Patrick Mahomes has figured out the drop 8 that the Bengals did. Read that today. Do I know what a drop 8 is? No. I figure it's some kind of zone defense.
Everybody, but you know, the one of the biggest storylines of this postseason is the Cincinnati defensive coordinator and what an incredible job he's doing. I mean,
drops 8, man.
Tony Romo and Jim Nantz talked about him more than they talked about Zach Taylor in the Buffalo game.
Yep.
So you think
hell, he's dropping 8 again.
You think he's just going to do what he's been doing?
A concern for San Francisco is I really the defense against that offense. I've got no concerns. I think San Francisco can control that. The thing that makes me a little nervous is Brock Purdy against that rush.
Well, and Brock Purdy making a road playoff start in a place like Philadelphia.
Well, and they've got 70 sacks on the season. There's not another team that has 60 sacks.
Yeah.
Philadelphia and as I write down notes. Philadelphia and Dallas a lot alike. Is that true? I wrote that down.
I mean, Philadelphia's better.
Yeah, but they play sort of the same styles and everything. I wrote that down for some reason.
No, the offense not really, but
yeah. I wrote down Jalen Hurts, really good at running away from Nick Bosa and the San Francisco.
You asked Herm about that, and he agreed with you.
Hey, do you know that San Francisco has not given up a 70-plus yard rusher? 70 yards, not a high bar, in 27 games.
27 consecutive, huh?
Yeah.
By the way, Philadelphia is the highest percentage rate of anybody pressuring the quarterback without blitzing.
You think Boston Scott can go for 70 yards?
I think your best shot is Jalen Hurts.
Well, if he rushes for 70 yards, they probably win the game. That's
I'll tell you what I'll do. Since you've been so nice through this, I will take Philly in the points and give you San Francisco.
We'll just do it at a pick.
You want to go to pick?
Yeah, I mean, Philly's minus 2.5, so
okay.
I'm giving you value. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so you've got San Francisco at a pick, and you've got the Bengals at a pick.
Former Oklahoma quarterback Jalen Hurts
in
Philadelphia at a pick.
Yeah. All right.
I don't land mine former Alabama quarterbacks, but former Oklahoma quarterback
the heck
Jalen
you don't.
Hurts.
You've picked against Miami.
I agree
before.
with Patrick over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Both road teams win.
Rarely happens in the NFL, Patrick, that both would win, but we'll see.
Last year in the divisional round, all 4 road teams won.
Give me, and maybe this is a bigger topic after it gets settled, but if Purdy is in the Super Bowl, that's got to be the least likely Super Bowl quarterback of all time. I mean, Jeff Hostetler was pretty unlikely.
Kurt Warner was too.
Yeah, but he at least started the whole year.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up being the MVP. I'm just saying from start to, before the season, you would have been like.
I mean, you've had some weird ones. Kerry Collins and Trent Dilfer played one another in the Super Bowl, right? And those were pretty unlikely
Foles,
guys.
Pretty incredible too.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't take over until the postseason.
You probably would have to go back to well before your time, Earl Morrall
in Baltimore.
In Baltimore, in place of Unitas.
But didn't they bring Unitas in?
Yeah, but then he was just limping around. Morrall led them as a backup to the Super Bowl, so that's where I'd have to go.
Yeah, but I mean Jeff Hostetler for the Giants, he was only starting because Phil Simms got hurt. Am I right about that?
Yeah, you're right, and Troy's right too. I mean, Tom Brady's first Super Bowl, it's because Bledsoe goes down.
Yeah, Brad Johnson. I mean,
and the Rams have another championship if Bledsoe doesn't go down.
Yeah. What?
Patrick says Brad Johnson before Dunaway was a Bucs fan, I bet.
No, I watched that Super Bowl with Dunaway, actually.
We actually went to a Buffalo Wild Wings and watched that together. All right, so there you go. There's our stake bets for this weekend. I've got the big, against all my norms, I've got the Big 12 over the SEC. I've got Kansas City over the underdog Bengals. And I've got Philadelphia, who I'll be cheering for San Francisco. I just want San Francisco to do this, the Brock Purdy story. But I've got that. So I got Philadelphia in a pick, Kansas City giving you 1.5, and then I've got less than 2.5, under 2.5 SEC wins this weekend. All those are New York Butcher Shop stake bets. Update that hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. We talk to the shooter, Pat Bradley, about that SEC Big 12 Challenge. It is next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself, so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I didn't know what you said, but I figured it out.
Final hour of the show, happy hour on a Friday as always. Ghost
Cheers.
Energy Drinks for your energy drinks in the morning. Then our friends at Bud Light, Stella. I got the Wicked Weed IPA today. It's what I'm sipping on the final hour of the show as we talk ball with Pat Bradley coming up here. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Adams Beverage and Ghost Energy Drinks, Pat Bradley as well. And then our buddies at Michelson Laser Vision as we get ready to look ahead to the SEC Big 12 Challenge. We're also looking ahead to the future of Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, one of our big listeners yesterday, I got to get his name right too, went in and got the procedure done. And they said when he came in for the consultation, head to toe, next round gear.
I love it.
When he got the procedure done, next round gear. So let me give a shout out to my man right there. That is Wayman.
Hey, Wayman.
So, Wayman, we appreciate the support. And, of course, we love all the people there at Michelson Laser Vision. We're going to have to find out what Wayman's vision is now. I'm going to guess
pilot.
He's at least a 2020, probably 2015 like myself. Again, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Went to see Dr. Mark Michelson. You see pictured there in the back behind Wayman. Over 20 years ago, I've still got 2015 vision. Make the call that Wayman made, that I made, ex-wife made, roommate made.
We need to send Wayman a hat on me, man. Let's send him a hat.
Yeah. We'll reach out to Wayman. I got his information. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you a hassle-free consultation. Nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
All right, one of the greatest moments in our show history you all loved when Pat Bradley gave us a tour of all his memorabilia on a Zoom call and had the camera covered. It was an incredible time. He looked like he was in witness protection. He's back with us on the show. Dunaway mentioned that one of the greatest Boston movies was Fever Pitch, and Pat said, Fever Pitch!
I mean, you've got Goodwill Hunting, you've got The Town, you've got The Departed. He goes Fever Pitch.
Fever Pitch, Pat!
Oh, no way. We must all be misremembering. Although, I am a big fan of, I was a big fan of the Red Sox that year.
Dunaway said Fever Pitch. You hated that. Pat Bradley, the shooter, is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Are you what?
What's up, fellas?
Not much, buddy. Are you optimistic about the SEC's odds against the Big 12 this week? Pessimistic? I mean, how do you think this weekend is going to go for the conference as a whole?
You know, so each year I try to stay respectable with 6 wins, 4 losses. But, you know, as I go through it, I think, you know, Auburn right away has got a pretty good shot at West Virginia. You know, if the guards play well, right, for Auburn, I think that's been sort of the theme for them, being able to take care of the ball. West Virginia is going to try to turn you over. So I feel good about that game, going to Morgantown. I do. West Virginia's sort of struggling recently in the Big 12. LSU is struggling, although Texas Tech is 0-8 in the Big 12. So that one, you want to say LSU has the edge. I don't think Bama's going to have an issue at Oklahoma. I mean, you guys have been watching Bama. They, you know, unless they're just go and just lay a complete egg, right? I do think Missouri is going to beat Iowa State. Mississippi State, that's going to be a struggle. Arkansas going to Baylor is going to be a struggle. I got Tennessee. Kansas State's playing really well. So I've got, I think Kentucky wins. I think Tennessee wins. That's 2. Missouri, Bama, LSU, Auburn. There you go. That's 6.
There's 6.
Yeah, you found it. Hey, let's go back
I
to.
did it.
Can we go back to Kentucky, Kansas? That's a fascinating game. I don't know who's going to be favored. I lean Kentucky will be a 1-point favorite. Kansas, really good team. Obviously, they've lost 3 consecutive games to 3 really good teams. But, Pat, if you go back last year, this is a game in Fog Allen Fieldhouse that Kentucky curb stomped them, beat them by 18. Obviously, Kansas was the better team en route to winning a national championship. But how do you think this one plays out?
Well, from what I remember of last year's game, I think it might have been the first 4 minutes of the game. I think Kansas turned it over like 4 times in a row, and Kentucky basically just took the steering wheel, put it, hammered the gas pedal, and it was pretty much convincing. Even, watching the first half, you're like, I can't believe this. Kansas is a more of a up and down tempo type team this year. They don't have the bigs they normally have, although they still got some studs. So I think Sheboy is primed for a big game. I do. I don't know if there's anybody that they have that can slow him down. Nobody's been able to slow him down at all. The question is going to be Kentucky's defense, which has been really the story of the last 4 games for them. They've held teams to like 65 points a game. So, and this is a high-flying Kansas offense, much more up and down and less sort of in the post, inside out. So I think that is going to be probably where the game is won or lost is Kentucky's ability to slow them down, get them in a half-court game, and then just beat them up, really. And like I said, Kentucky's clicking defensively. So, outside of guys trying to play hero ball, taking shots that they shouldn't take. And that's been another struggle for Kentucky. I think they've sort of figured it out, like who shoots when and who's supposed to shoot from where. So outside of them trying to do too much, that's the way I see it. I think Kansas scores like 70. I mean, they can, obviously they've got a talented kid in Jalen Wilson and the freshman Grady Dick. So, that would be my hope is how it plays out anyway.
The shooter is with us. By the way, not the first person to say Grady Dick on the air since he's been with us, but we're glad to have the shooter back with us. You got to make me feel better, shooter, about Alabama after the other night, because I was eating at the all-you-could-eat national championship buffet for all these SEC games, and then I woke up the other day after the Mississippi State game, and I was like, they can play a little flat at times. They can not move as much offensively. Make me feel good about Alabama as a national championship contender again.
Well, here's the deal. It's like they are going to have a game like that, right? It hasn't been since unfortunately, it was in Birmingham, and Gonzaga just they had an incredible offensive game, finding the mid-range. So I think Mississippi State is still a desperate team. They were a desperate team. They have enough size to match up with just about any team in the league, probably even in the country. And their MO is, let's take the air out of the basketball. We'll run if we can, but we're going to take our time. And so when you're taking possessions away from Alabama like that, it kind of throws them off rhythm a little bit, right? I mean, maybe, instead of getting out in transition, 1-2 hit, one drive, kick, drive, kick, it's just a little bit slower. And Mississippi State's a good defensive team. And, Alabama, I just think you're going to come up against games like that. I don't think they'll go undefeated in the league. And the only reason I say that is because it's so difficult. Like, they might. I don't know. They might. Maybe that was the game to get out of your system. But the great thing about Alabama is they played good defensively the other day, and we know that offense is just ready to explode. I mean, it's not a matter of if, it's just going to be a matter of when. And it may not be 100 points in a game. It may be they win with 70 points or 67 or 68, whatever. But it's when they go on that roll, and they're gonna go on that run. And that's why I love them, is because they defend, and then that offense is explosive.
A&M will not be taking part in the SEC Big 12 Challenge. They've got Vanderbilt tomorrow. This is an A&M team, outside of that loss to Kentucky, they've been on fire. But, Pat, I can't figure out whether or not it's a really good team or not under Buzz, is it?
It is. And watching, it's amazing to get a team to make very few mistakes, because they went through their losing streak. And they were turning it over. I think they didn't seem like they were together. And you watch them now, and whether it's on the offensive end, on the defensive end, you want to talk about guys being in the correct position. From a defensive standpoint, they're about as quick to the ball. When the ball gets rotated, boom, they're there. When the shot goes up, there's 5 guys at least getting a body on somebody with a different colored jersey. And then on the offensive end, they've got 2 big dudes that you can throw it to, that they don't, it's not like throwing it to Shaq down there by any means, believe me. But they take up a lot of space, and they gave Shibwe, just for instance, everything he wanted down there. And they got a couple good decision makers at the guard position. So they're efficient, man. I enjoy watching them play, because you see they move with a purpose. Like, it's not, you don't really ever say, what the heck was that guy thinking? Like, you got some teams that take some bad shots. And they seem to be on that same page of like, okay, we know what we're trying to get. We're trying to get this shot. on this possession, and they worked their tail off to get it. So it's a real efficient team.
All right, he is the shooter, Pat Bradley. You can follow him on Twitter at PatBradley22. You will see him in studio for the SEC Big 12 Conference Challenge and the other SEC games this weekend. See him on the SEC Network and ESPN all season. Shooter, we appreciate the time, man. Always fun talking with you.
Thank you, gents. Hey, let's hang out sometime. What do you say?
When you back in when you back in Birmingham?
You're too funny, man. I'm sitting here drinking a heavy IPA, and you make me laugh. That's hilarious.
Jim's drunk. When are you back in Birmingham? Come hang out with us.
Man, hopefully be soon. I was supposed to try to nail down, go speak to the luncheon basketball club.
Yeah, the tip-off club? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll even do the local Kiwanis club. What do you say about that?
Sure, we'll get you booked. We'll get you booked.
Hey, if you come to town, we'll buy you a steak. We'll take you to dinner.
Whoa! I'm going to hold you to that. I want the nice place, too. Don't try to take me to, like, Denny's or something.
Oh, hey, we got an Outback here.
Yeah.
We'll take an Outback.
Hey, ironically, this segment brought to you by Denny's, too. That's really embarrassing at this point.
Hey, Shooter, let me ask you, and I might have asked you this before when we were talking about Boston movies, the town, Charleston, Boston. Have you ever been to Charleston?
Oh, yeah, Charlestown.
Charlestown.
The townies.
Is there really a lot of bank robberies there?
Well, they actually, early on, it was like about the 70s. There was a group of gangsters, really, that their MO, their thing, was they figured out how to be the best, most efficient at robbing banks. So in that little community, it's very tight-knit, bunch of Irish guys. So they passed on from generation to generation how to scope out a bank, how to do it the best. And it sort of like was, a family business, like sort of like how, you pass on in the family business. Some people are grave diggers. Some people are, bankers. But that's what they did in this town. And Charlestown, they call them townies. And it's a small Irish community sort of right there in the north part of Boston.
Okay, so better movie, The Town or Mystic River?
Ooh.
God, Mystic River, man. I mean,
that's gut-wrenching at the end.
I got to the end of the movie. I never forget it. I was watching it with my wife. We got to the end. I said, I have got to watch something that makes me laugh. I mean, I cannot go to bed this dark.
Mystic River, I'll say that the acting in Mystic River was probably what puts it over the edge.
Yeah.
The action in the town was some of those action scenes were pretty cool. Although Jeremy Renner did a good job in that movie. In The Florist.
Pete Postlewaite.
He stole that scene, man. He was good.
Unbelievable.
That's based on a real life guy too.
Did he end like that? Was that his demise? He gets shot in his shop?
He probably did. All I remember is a buddy of mine learned how to. He taught him how to cut flowers one time. Apparently, he wanted to pass that on too, but he never learned how to rob a bank.
All right, Shooter. Thanks. Have a good weekend, buddy.
All right, thanks.
See Pat Bradley with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I truly believe.
Hell, we'd have nothing to talk about over appetizers now. We've been the best movies.
Mystic River might be the best Tim Robbins and Kevin Bacon movies for both of them I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, Tim Robbins, Shawshank. I mean,
I think he was good. I know. I think he was good in that, but I think
the acting.
The acting, not the best.
Marcia
movie.
Gay Harden in that as his wife was incredible.
Yeah, I'm just talking about their role, not necessarily the movie. I love Shawshank, but their role. I think it's the best I've seen Tim Robbins act and the best I've seen Kevin Bacon
and
act.
really the basis of that film is one of my number ones, Emmy Rossum, Her Demise.
Yeah,
but you still go to The Town over Mystic River, right?
That's tight. I probably would go to The Town.
Because don't forget to clip your nuts.
I would go.
Such a good Boston accent.
I would go Mystic River. But really close.
Mystic River is just such a dark, depressing movie at the end.
So we can do a poll question on this because Good Will Hunting is fantastic. The Departed is fantastic. And both of those, The Town and Mystic River, we could have those four as a Cowan poll question. Which is the best Boston movie?
Fever Pitch.
Fever Pitch.
Now, I like Departed better than all those.
I probably would go Departed 1, Goodwill Hunting 2, Mystic, and then the Town, but they're all
I mean,
A's.
that's hard to do that, the Town fourth.
The shooter, Pat Bradley, goes SEC 6-4 tomorrow. He does not think the Big 12 will be grave diggers tomorrow. He thinks the SEC will win that SEC Big 12 Challenge. He gets paid by the SEC. As he was walking through it, there was a lot.
He talked himself into
There
it.
were a lot of coin tosses there to get him to 6-4.
It was more. I thought he thought 4 and 6.
I think he's a little more confident in Auburn than most Auburn fans that are watching this show.
That'll
He
be
put that one in the win column quick.
Early game tomorrow. See how that plays out. That may set the tone for the day, man. Auburn pulls the upset against West Virginia. Could set the tone for the freaking day for the SEC. Love the SEC Big 12 Challenge Saturday, and we get that happening tomorrow. Glad to have Pat Bradley on the show on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. And you can play all those games tomorrow with our friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag will get you and the grave diggers in the game.
That is right. A deposit of $50 or more, you get a cash bonus instantly in your MyBookie account. I mean instantly. And all you got to do is bet it one time. It is yours, my friend. Not 5 times, 6 times, 10 times, one bet. That is your money forever and ever at MyBookie.ag. The college hoops this weekend, NFC, AFC championship games, UFC fights, weekly blackjack tournaments, NBA, all of that right there at MyBookie.ag. Don't forget the code next round for that bonus. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, bet it anytime, bet it anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code next round. Rockstar joins us from the road next.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
So typical. I plan out this amazing show with 1,000 topics, and Brown throws other stuff into the show.
Yeah, God forbid I do something like that. Are you saying Rockstar is not amazing?
No, we are dying to hear this because in the middle of 2 shows in Lexington, Kentucky, we're about to check in with Rockstar, and as LT calls her, dark-haired Stevie Nicks. That in a second. But first, tell us about Dr. B and Dr. B getting your hair looking fantastic.
Speaking of hair, Lance.
Speaking of hair,
yes.
By the way, before we talk to them, does it not look like they're deer hunting?
They are a little bit.
They look like they're in a deer stand.
Jess is
a
in
modern deer stand.
Yes.
You see Rockstar's hair there. If he would have gone to see Dr. B years ago, who knows? Who knows? Again, my hair's already 14% thicker, still pretty early in the treatment. Started that second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of neograft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net for more information. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. Again, call Dr. B today. Get that free consultation, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
This is about to be her second biggest audience since American Idol.
My gosh, Dunaway is on fire. Rockstar and Jess Muse, who is the dark-haired Stevie Nicks, joins us now from Lexington on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. How are you, kids?
We are doing well. We are in a courthouse. It's a courthouse that also has a place for lunch, and there was a young gentleman on the phone with his girlfriend or his wife yelling at her about what she wants for lunch and asking where the hell she is. So we had a little bit of a fight a second ago. So that's what we're.
You've got all 3 things that break couples up: infidelity. You've got
food.
You've got food and money.
Yep.
Yeah.
And a courthouse. Located inside the Lexington. Yeah. So. Have I missed anything?
No, you have not. Jess, this is your first appearance on our show. I doubt you've ever watched it one day in your life, so we welcome you in. How has the tour been so far?
Thank you. It's been really awesome. I just love everybody who's on the road with us. It's a great group of people, and that makes it 10 times more fun.
There we go.
Are you surprised at how he is on stage and how he is away from stage? How different those personalities are? Yeah.
I don't know. He's weird kind of all the time.
That's awesome.
It's pretty consistent, really.
Yeah. She's gotten used to my antics on stage.
The things he says are.
Yeah. She got used to, I think by show 2, I had a lot of surprised looks. Yeah. She laughs on stage at me because I'm a bouncing capuchin monkey. But really well. We got another one tonight. It was freezing last night. It snowed. Mm-hmm. We had a lot of snow at about 10 o'clock and then covered the whole streets. So it was a nice little sleep in the bunk.
Yeah. So are you guys?
Go ahead.
Are you guys in Lexington, or are you in a suburb? Are you like in Versailles or somewhere like that, Versailles?
We are like a few blocks away from Rupp, I think. We are downtown Lexington.
Oh, fantastic.
So,
they actually did. Go ahead.
No, fire away. I guess we got a wicked delay here, but fire away. Know what you're about to say.
Well, last night, since we had the day off today for sound check and everything's still set up in the venue, we had pretty much a night off. And Jess and the crew wanted to go to a local bar and do karaoke. I did one song, and I stayed for about 30 minutes, and I called it a night. I think you came in earlier, too. I think a lot of people stayed out to pulled a Lance Taylor and stayed a long, long time.
I don't know how they did that.
You know, it's not even fair that professionals take over a karaoke bar like that.
I've seen.
I wouldn't say it was super crowded. I would say if there was 20 people there, 40 people.
Hey,
and the DJ loved it because he got to he had an LED something. He was super vaping.
But we've seen professionals take over dance floors, though, too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Jess, you made it to how far deep in American Idol?
Is it cool if I lie and just say I won, or do I have to tell the truth?
Well, I mean, there's a point to my question. You can lie, but you made it the 12 finalists, though, right?
Oh yeah, I actually got 4th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Rockstar tell you his American Idol experience?
I did. I told her both of them, and same judge, and how she gave me the hand and said immediately before I even reached the chorus of my song to, unfortunately, you are not what we're looking for, and cut the hell out of my wristband and said, please leave the premises. Both times.
What is the most?
They made us.
Jess, what is the most vocally challenging song on this tour for you?
17.
And she nails it too.
Hands down.
Yeah?
She nails it.
Like 6 minutes long, and there's so many words in that song.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily the range, it's just how many words you have to sing?
Well, the range too, because there's like a lot of Stevie stuff. It is pretty low, like Landslide's really low. But Edge of 17 and like Silver Springs actually start a lot higher than you think they do.
Yeah.
How do you know? How does she know you like it low?
How do you know I like low?
Landslide,
What?
not land.
landslide.
Landslide, not
I
landslide.
heard it like hearing it. I mean, I like low and high.
Yeah.
So it's just, it tends to be a lower song.
Yeah.
So it fits in a lot more speaking range, so that makes it a lot easier for me. So Landslide, honestly, to me, is kind of like taking a break in the set.
So is there another? So you're capturing Stevie Nicks on this huge tour. Is there another female artist that you would love to perform as?
Probably like Joan Jett.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joan Jett.
I don't have a good musical question like them, so I'll ask you, who takes longer on this tour to get ready to go on stage? Obviously, it's not Rockstar. I assume it's not you. Is it Lockme? Who takes long to get ready to go on stage? Who spends more time in front of the mirror on this tour?
I mean, I do my extensions, and it's honestly probably me, because when I go out on stage, my mindset is if I look good, I feel good, I perform good. If I know I look good and I feel good, so it kind of is like the holy trinity of performing well.
I'm the exact opposite.
I knew that. Yes, I knew that. I figured. I figured you were like, what is taking everybody so long?
Hey, so is there a karaoke bar in Slap Out?
No, no.
Is there a bar? Is there a bar in Slap Out?
Look, we don't even have a red light.
Oh wow.
Those things are.
It's the yellow, hey, you die, just watch out.
So did you get most likely to succeed in high school?
Oh no, they took me out of all those. I had a terrible high school experience.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, well, tell us about it.
All right, let's dig into that a little deeper.
Something else you and Rockstar have in common. Yes.
Where'd you go to high school, Jess? Where did you graduate?
Holtville High School.
Holtville. Okay.
Wow.
Well, I'm sorry it was a terrible experience.
that sounds.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
That sounds very 3A.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say, like, there were a handful of really good people that were always supportive, and they're still going to my shows. But overall, the experience was absolutely traumatizing.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but I bet when you were in the final 12 on American Idol, you had more friends than you ever realized from Holtville High School. Yeah.
Yeah. My family is so big.
So many investment opportunities.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. What you'll learn as you get older like us is that people are hypocrites and duplicitous. So I think you probably learned that at Holtville High School.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry to throw the show today, Dunaway. I feel bad for that, but blame Brown.
No. I would do this every day. In fact, my suggestion, before Brown claims it later on, is every day you're gone on tour, you join us video-wise, and you read us the 4 downs every day.
Oh, please, yes. So just as long as Lance texts them to me, what?
No. You do
During
the 4
the
downs
process?
every day. We do no more sports 4 downs through this whole tour.
no.
You do the 4 downs every day.
I think that's going to burn. I mean, we discussed this off the air, and I said I think it's going to burn too quick.
I
here.
think you could just do your Thursday 4 downs via Zoom.
Yeah, I would do that because this is going to be this is a task to keep up because we don't have the same schedule every day. Today we had a bigger schedule because we play at the same venue. We don't have to reset up everything. Everything is already set up. We're ready to go tonight. So today was an exception.
Yeah, okay. You look like it's a grind. It looks like it's killing you right now. You look horrible.
Oh, we got good sleep last night, so because we didn't have to go anywhere. So last night was a good night of sleep.
Hey, remind your boss, Rogoff, the next Black Jacket Symphony album we need,
Track to Track is NWA Straight Outta Compton. I've been telling him for years it
work.
would be a massive hit. Massive.
It would be. I totally disagree with you. It would be a great hit. I'll see him at lunch today. I'll bring it up to him. I'll wait for his beautiful smile when I say that to him.
And I will audition for Eazy-E. I really will.
I believe you.
I believe you.
And I'll play the police on stage.
Will you be Sting?
All right, that is Rockstar and Jess Muse. They are in Lexington for Black Jacket Symphony tonight. The tour continued. They'll be back in Birmingham. I don't know if that show's sold out. I got tickets. I don't know if it's sold out, so I'm looking forward to it. Do you know if it's sold out yet, Rocky?
Looks frozen.
Yes. It's February 10th, 2 weeks from today.
Okay, we're gonna need some tickets to that.
Well, I've already got mine. I bought mine, Rockstar. I'm not going to ask you for free tickets. All right.
So you guys reach out and Dunaway rubbed up the temples.
Well, it's a horrible delay.
Y'all be
Just
good.
an incredible delay. See you. Y'all have a good time tonight. Thank you very much, Rockstar.
Not rubbing temples at all, Rockstar.
It's a terrible delay there for some reason.
It's not the delay as much as the voice-activated microphone.
Yeah.
That gets you.
Got a delay, too.
Yeah, it gets a little bit. I look forward to those shows tonight in Lexington, then in Knoxville for 2 shows tomorrow. Then Rockstar's back with us briefly next week, and eventually he heads out on a tour where he'll be gone for about 6 weeks from the show. And we're stuck with Tyler's camera, please. A tight shot of this beautiful face for 6 straight days. 6 straight days. I cannot get over Tyler's reaction to the price of the steaks that were brought. Tyler went.
I mean,
it was like Home Alone.
Intern right now.
It was like Home Alone all of a sudden.
I think the most I've ever paid for a steak was maybe $16 or $18. So the price tag of that Wagyu was something I have really never seen before.
Oh, that's good stuff, though. Now.
Yeah. Ask Lady Bird. She loves it.
Yes, I mean, think Lance feeds the stuff to his dog.
One time Super Bowl, I promised her if we win this Super Bowl, you're getting some Wagyu.
Third Eye Blind debut album, says Goose. That would be good. Matchbox 20's debut album would be incredible.
To see that.
The Wallflowers only album would be really good.
What was on Matchbox 20s? Was that 3 a.m.?
Yeah, 3 a.m. Push.
Unwell? Was Unwell in there?
If you used to go to the music hall, they played there before that album was released. As it was being released, they played those songs, and they were fantastic. Hats off Kevin Storr, who took me to that show one night afterwards. He's like, you got to go see this band Matchbox 20. They're going to be big.
You know, that specific...
And we went and saw them before that album was released, and it was fantastic.
That specific genre of music came through Birmingham a lot, in large part thanks to one of our stations that we used to work with, 107.7 The X.
That's right.
They were very on the front edge of that format. Of that
they had
music
a good
format.
PD, Dave Rossi. Did a really
Dave
good job
Rossi,
with it.
and he was able to get those bands to come in and do shows, and he had a good, I think, ear for talent. He got them before they were really, really big.
Yeah, and I think Luca helped promote Matchbox 20.
So they would play them, they would book shows in town, and then they would explode.
They would explode, and they would never forget that they got a leg up from Birmingham.
Yeah, because we saw them together 8 years ago.
Yeah, we saw Goo Goo Dolls and Matchbox 20 in a concert together. Now, unfortunately, the lead singer for Goo Goo Dolls, Trent, what is his name? Resner?
No.
That's Nine Inch Nails.
Resnick, something like that. Anyway, he's lost his voice. And he even says in the concert, and when he's singing Iris, which if you're going to go see Goo Goo Dolls, you go to see Iris, right? It's their hit song. And he even says, guys, I'm going to need your help. Can't sing this chorus anymore. Let's go. And you're like, well, man, I came here to see you sing this song. Now you tell me you can't sing it?
I'm going to go download that, Paul. There's a 107.7 The X playlist on Spotify now. I'll go pull that down. Ashley, our female listener up in South Carolina. By the way, Ashley, sorry for the loss of your father who passed away recently. We were all talking about that in the office the other day. And been meaning to reach out to you. She said Rossi was the best. He and Ruffino were huge in bringing big names to Birmingham. Ashley was part of that music scene.
Yeah, Tony Ruffino.
Back in her early days as well. Part of the last call you get with Ashley and LT on our video platforms, brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka there. You can go download those. Those will never get old.
Oh, she was one of the best, too.
Yeah, that was a great one. We was over At Innisfree in Tuscaloosa on a football weekend, Ashley and LT sat down and talked a lot of music.
And they kept bringing martinis.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. And I'm talking about heavy martinis.
That was Ashley's fault. Ashley was ordering them. She would behind you while you were asking a question. She would like 2 more.
I don't know if she was asking for them. But
yeah, it was really,
a fun day.
Good stuff. Our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila are good stuff as well. The world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of extra añejo, and reposado tequilas, aged in that new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. When we come back, we've got to mention Reg too. Scott Register.
Oh, Reg is the best.
He is the best. 4 downs and a special honor when we come back right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
I agree with Paul. 7 Mary 3, cumbersome banger. Rockstar does a good job playing that.
Yeah, he does.
Lunsford's first album, Sister Hazel, Fuel, Edwin McCain, Semisonic, Tonic, Creed, Fastball, Better Than Ezra, Cowboy Mouth, Brother Kane, Bare Naked Ladies, Matchbox 20. What a CD that was.
I remember seeing Kyle Turley, one of the craziest offensive linemen of all time, play drums for Cowboy Mouth, and Jenny Says. You know, I had dinner with our friend Brian Pavlik the other night, and he was talking about one of these local Riverfest or whatever, Cowboy Mouth opened for, I forgot who it was, but by the time, it was Sister Hazel. By the time Sister Hazel hit the stage.
Oh, that was...
like they just like were so good, Sister Hazel couldn't even.
I think
keep
that
up
was
with
Schaefer Ice Center, the
Maybe it
crawfish
was.
boil.
The
one
old
year.
crawfish boil?
Yeah, because I was there that night.
Because they do. Cowboy Mouth's got a lot of energy.
They do. They do.
That was a good tune, too.
I think that was Schaefer. Remember, I missed those shows back in the day. Bobby says, my 11-year-old found an old Matchbox 20 CD of mine a few months ago, and he's been obsessed with it ever since. He doesn't know this yet, but his first ever concert is going to be Matchbox 20 at Oak Mountain.
Nice.
They were terrific. I've only seen them the one time that we referenced.
I've seen them twice. I saw them both times at Oak Mountain with Goo Goo Dolls, and I saw them with Train. And I'll be at that show as well.
Hey, they were fantastic at Oak Mountain. And the way they do, I don't know if they do it every show, but the way they do 3 a.m., I thought was really, really cool, the way they intro it.
My least favorite song, though.
Yeah, I like that song. But Matchbox 20 was really good in concert.
In a Mystery Fifth Hour one day, we need to talk about a song that sort of defines your life or something. There was a moment 3 a.m. was it for me back in my single days. Yeah.
Were you always lonely?
No, always lonely at 3 a.m., man. Always.
That's what the song's about.
Always.
Did you ever use a raincoat?
Let's do 4 Downs. It is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Vulcan Tires got four great locations.
Yes, 4 locations. You're right, Dunaway. That 4th in Pell City just recently opened, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Look, if you're going to be getting on the road, make sure your vehicle is checked bumper to bumper. Again, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
You're going to have to give me 1 sec when I pull these. These are all AFC, NFC championship
We don't
related.
have a birthday? No birthday today?
I tried, man. I did find a birthday. I've got one.
Okay.
Again, I do this so early in the morning, I forget. Bigger number this weekend, Jalen Hurts rushing yards or Alabama points against Oklahoma?
Oh, I'll go Alabama points against Oklahoma. We don't have a line on that game yet, so I don't know what the total is. I could see Alabama in the 70s easily at Oklahoma. I don't think Hurts will rush in the 70s against that San Francisco defense.
Well, again, it would be the first time the 49ers have given up a 70-plus yard rusher in 27 games. I've got a feeling San Francisco wins a game, but I think Jalen has a pretty good game.
69 points for Alabama in this contest. 63 rushing for Jalen.
Oh, very
slightly
tight.
better Alabama. Alabama slightly more.
I'm going to lean Alabama, too.
Second down.
Okay, bigger number this weekend. Auburn points at West Virginia or George Kittle receiving yards.
Well, Auburn doesn't score as well as Alabama does offensively, and you're playing a tough defense normally with Huggy Bear and West Virginia on the road. I think Auburn would do well to score in the mid-50s in this game. And I think Kelsey will go – is it Kelsey you're asking me about?
It's
or Kittle? I think Kittle will go over that.
58.
Third down.
Whoop.
58 for Auburn, 79 for Kittle. I'll go Kittle with more receiving yards.
I'm going to lean. Kittle only averages like 55 receiving yards a game. He's underutilized.
79 in this one, though.
Okay.
Big advantage over those linebackers for the Eagles.
Okay.
Third down.
Bigger number, Burrow interceptions or Chiefs that actually throw a pass?
So you're baiting us into Chad Henne throwing a pass here.
Or, you could have some.
A razzle-dazzle play where Mecole Hardman throws it or something.
I'm going to say this ties at 1. 1 Burrow interception, 1 person throws a pass for the Chiefs. I don't think any more than 1 person throws a pass for the Chiefs.
I'm going to take 0 Burrow interceptions.
Yeah, I think
Chiefs
0
pass will be
Burrow
more.
interceptions, but I think the Chiefs, and I think you're going to see more than 1 throw a pass.
You don't think it'll be Henne, though?
I don't know.
I just saw a video of 3 passes. The media's like, we got to watch a viewing period where Pat Mahomes threw 3 passes. Here are all 3. And he's they're just lobbing it in the end zone, doing nothing. But, he didn't look like he was limping around either. So
yeah, I've got Kansas City minus 1.5 for a stake. So the landmine is in play if he's in street clothes at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
Okay, here we go. Captain Edward Smith. You guys know who that is?
He
discovered the North Pole.
Captain of the Titanic.
He was the captain of the Titanic. He would have been 173 today. Who ended their career in a worse way, Smith or Armie Hammer?
Have you seen the conspiracy theory that the Titanic didn't really hit an iceberg, that it was sunk?
Oh, yeah. By the way, Bobby, that was the Colt.
What?
Bush Stone Temple Pilots, the Colt. I was there. We had a rain delay.
I'm going to say I don't know the Hammer story as well as I do the Titanic, obviously.
Well, so he is like mentally and physically abused, allegedly, a lot of different women, and some say that he's got cannibal.
Well, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, he talks about wanting to eat them. I mean, there's audio of it. So basically, all studios have
as they should. Yeah, I think I would do that.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah,
really? It's the the grandson of the Arm & Hammer fortune, but he played the Von whatever twins on Social Network.
Twins.
Yeah, Winklevoss twins.
And he was also in the Lone Ranger remake with Johnny Depp.
Yeah, so basically, after he did Social Network, he could never carry a movie on his own. I mean, he's a good-looking kid, but he eats people.
Well, that's I mean,
I would say Captain Smith went down with pride and dignity on his ship.
That's right. And I don't know that it was his fault. All in all, I mean, I haven't really read up on that deal. I mean,
the investors were saying you got to push it. You got to push it. We got to be there in a certain amount of time. We promised people we could do this in a certain amount of time. So he was. I think even in the movie they portray him saying maybe we should go a little further south, and they're like, no, the fastest line is here. And we got to go balls to the wall.
What was the conspiracy theory, though? I saw it recently. It was like a group of guys got together.
It was the heads of like 3 banks and the Federal Reserve. There was something about that. And they didn't want them making it to America or some crap like that. I don't know. I saw the first little bit of it and turned it off.
Theorist. It's got to be exhausting to be one of those.
It really does. You got to have a lot of time in here. I don't have a whole lot going on in my life, but I got more than to do that kind of stuff. How many people do you guys think died in the old Titanic sinking?
It was 1,100, I think.
I thought it was going to be.
A lot got out.
837.
I think that was 1,100. 706 survivors. 1,500 died. Sorry, 1,500 died.
That's a lot.
Yeah, they had 2,200 on board.
If you were a woman or child, your odds were good.
Better than if you were a man. If you were on the first or second deck, your odds were really good.
Yeah, if you were a loaded man, you probably found a spot.
Yeah, you took some of the lower class children and women's seats.
I don't, until you're in that situation, you don't know what you're going to do. I don't think I could do that.
I don't think any violinist got off, though.
No, they didn't. They played till it went down.
Yep.
You've heard Steve Harvey, original Kings of Comedy. He's like, Cool in the Gang? They ain't doing that shit. He's like, ain't no brother going down with a ship.
That's our 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, including that newest in Pell City. Again, anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can handle. Sent my sister-in-law there for 4 new tires last week. Locally owned and operated, fantastic guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
One more segment to go on a Friday, a fun Friday here on the show. We'll try to put everything into one little small capsule and set it to sell. Next on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on The Next Round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. There are three things that can overtake the chat room.
Number one,
the thing that's undefeated, women.
Yep.
That can overtake the chat room. 2 is food.
Yep.
And 3 is music.
Yep. That's right. Music has done it today.
So,
actually, food did it early with peanut butter and jelly.
Yep.
So we've had 2 of the 3 today.
Taylor has sent out a couple of Cowan Equipment poll questions. We will get to those in just a second. Hemp Hill Services reminding you 10% off all your heating, cooling, and plumbing needs right now.
Yeah, for the month of January, 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service call from our friends at Hemp Hill. Just tell them the Next Round sent you. Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. They want to make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train, 205-229-2090 or online, hemphillservices.com.
Taylor, who handles our social media, has a friend here. It is Charles Barkley's favorite Taylor friend. Lily is in town and in studio with us. We're about to honor one of our great poll questions that Taylor sent out earlier from Cowan Equipment. What is our poll question?
If Alabama hired Todd Grantham as defensive coordinator, your reaction would be 37% rather have Pete Golding, 28% the dynasty is over, 20% said other, and 14% anything is better than Pete Golding. I don't know if that's true.
Well, so there was not 1% that wants Todd Grantham.
I don't know if that was a choice, actually, as it turns out. Anything is better than Pete Golding. Do you like your job? 73% say yes, 27% say no.
That is shocking.
That nobody likes their job?
No, that 73% like it.
That's true. PB&J, more peanut butter, more jelly, or equal portions?
Equal's got to be the answer.
More peanut butter.
No. I just don't know how you say that. More peanut butter is 47%, though.
Yeah.
Equal portions, 34%, and my choice, more jelly at 18%.
The only problem with the more jelly is the bread will start to, if you don't eat it fast enough, it's going to come through the bread.
Well, no, you put peanut butter on each slice of the bread. Peanut butter, and then jelly's in the middle.
Yeah.
It's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, not a jelly and peanut butter sandwich.
Jelly of choice on a PB&J, 57% say grape, 32% strawberry, 4% apple, 3% other.
Ooh, apple's probably my least favorite. I'll do it, but
my daughter does the apple. Never been a fan.
Yeah.
I do like apple butter, but not on a peanut butter and jelly
like
sandwich.
the strawberry. Happy birthday to the guy who holds really all 10 of us together up here, John Lunsford.
Well, he's got to come in here because we've got a candle burning.
Lunsford, if you'll come in here so we can say happy birthday to you. John Lunsford. It'll take him a second to make it from the back row.
Very important guy.
Oh, my God.
Reminds me of the guy in high school that's always running to a homeroom. The bell's about to ring.
Yeah, Lunsford is the best in the world about getting here 2 minutes before the show starts.
Yeah,
Where are you going? Did we upset Lunsford?
Well, you did. Your 2 minutes before the show starts is insulting.
Oh, he does.
He saw this.
He gets here 2 minutes before the show starts. But he's the best in the world at it. I gave him a compliment.
Oh, he's got a new hat? You got to pick a free hat off the rack?
He's going to wear a hat to why'd you bring a new hat in here?
Because they're walking with silly string down the hallway.
Oh, no silly string. We retired the silly string.
We can't mess up this Bama hat.
Yeah.
No
All right,
silly
Lunsford,
string.
how old are you today?
There you go.
Yeah. How old are you today, Lunsford?
24.
Lunsford, how old are you today?
36.
36.
You look 24 in that hat.
Be 36.
36.
24 in that hat. You look good.
I interned on this show 15 years ago. I don't know if that makes you feel old or not, but
Does that make you feel old, Lance?
I gave you your big break, right?
Yeah. Ironically, one of our more successful interns of all time.
That is true.
It could be the most successful,
Yeah,
right?
before I was on the show, obviously.
Let me say it's not a high bar.
I mean, who else is in the running?
Well, we had a flight attendant.
Yeah, is she still a flight attendant? We had one go work for the rodeo.
Yeah.
Is she still working for the rodeo?
She does.
We had one get married and have kids. Well, Dunaway follows all the females on Twitter,
Well,
so he'll
I
know
keep
her
up with
Instagram.
some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was the blonde?
Morgan?
Yeah.
She's married and lives in, I think, Tuscaloosa with her husband.
Oh, see, I don't know. I've
she got
kept
a
up with
kid.
her, Brown. You keep up with all the blondes, I guess.
Yeah.
That were
Dunaway.
interns.
Don't act like you know. Blow out the candle. Happy birthday, by the way.
Did you make a
Lester.
wish?
What is your wish?
To go to Disney?
To win Madden Championship?
Oh, Hokinson was Hoke was an intern for me and
Hokinson.
Dunaway
Yeah,
back in the day.
Hokinson's very successful.
Yeah, he's done well for himself.
On 3 Sports Auburn Live.
Who else?
Well, we had one of the Castile brothers, but it was after his NFL career.
Yeah, he had to get one more credit to graduate. Yeah.
Yeah. But he's
Well, I mean, that's a successful
coach.
brother. He's still coaching.
Yeah, we might need to do a shout out to all former interns to get back in touch with us. We'll have a reunion.
I've been storyboarding our off season. We're going to do it this summer. The history of the show, and
You never stop, do you?
One of the episodes is former interns.
Okay, I like that.
Interns/producers.
You know, I've had one time we were out in public and some guy came up and spoke to me. I shouldn't tell this on the show, but I'm going to anyway. Some guy came up and spoke to me, and my wife and I have a system when I don't know somebody's name, and my wife enacted the system. She realized I didn't know their name. And so she gets.
What is it? Is it?
I don't want to say that because I don't want people to know the
But
system.
you said it.
Yeah.
No, I've never given away my system.
When Brown says, "Hey, big guy, what's up?"
No,
man?"
I say wild man.
That's a wild man. No, I don't want to give my system away. But my wife enacted the system, and the guy was like, "Oh yeah, I interned with these guys for 2 semesters." I was like, "Holy crap, that guy interned for 2
Garrison
semesters."
Brooks. Garrison Brooks.
Oh, Garrison, that's our most successful.
Wait,
intern.
he's not in the NBA though. Is he playing
No,
overseas?
no offense,
Yeah,
Lance,
I'm
but
sticking with Lunsford. I'm sticking with the guy who's eating the cupcake.
Garrison was doing North Carolina basketball on TV in the preseason or something like that. Or
I'd be in Greece if I was Garrison. Those guys make $100,000 a year.
Is that all they make?
No,
though? I thought they
more
made
than
more.
that.
I thought you make like $500,000 in some of those high-end leagues.
Matt brings up a good point, Tyler. In 5 years, when Brown doesn't remember your name, remember this right here.
Oh, I will.
This conversation's giving me really bad feelings.
No, Tyler. You've done way more than most interns.
Yeah,
trust me.
and the fact that you kick onside kicks up by 30.
Yeah, I'm going to remember
With
you.
2 minutes to go. You carry
high stepping in the end zone.
You carry a knife bigger than John Rambo.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I'll remember Tyler. I like Tyler.
You got a big knife, right? That happened. Absolutely. All right, that's it. That's our show
happy
today.
birthday, Luntz.
Happy
Yeah.
birthday, John Lunsford.
Big
Thanks
night
for being
tonight.
with us.
You got big
You
plans?
watch the Triangle Sadness tonight?
No, I'm going to Pearl River tonight.
Pearl River. All right.
Philip M's?
Yeah.
Do you need your rabbit to go with you? Nobody beats Lunsford at the poker table. I don't win. I just beat Lunsford. That's all I do. Championship weekend on Saturday. What are you expecting? Don't make picks. Just what are you expecting? Some of the keys to the game. On Sunday,
Yeah,
I mean.
I think, keys to the game, Cincinnati's defense, can they hold up against Pat Mahomes? Pat Mahomes' ankle, I think, is the biggest story of the weekend, obviously. On the other side, you've got...
If he's 85%, the Chiefs have a chance.
They've got a chance, but he needs to be closer to 100% for them to win that game. On the other side, it is the best defense against the most dynamic offense in the NFL. And can Brock Purdy hold up? If he doesn't make mistakes, San Francisco wins the game.
Fun Sunday coming up after we do the SEC Big 12 Challenge on Saturday. It all starts off with Auburn at West Virginia and Morgantown.
I did my headline. It wasn't Purdy. It just hurts.
That's good.
That's good.
Thank you.
That's where mine was going.
Mine was going to be something about a Brock block, but
yeah, we were going to do those headlines until we had Rockstar join us from Lexington in that award-winning segment. We're back with you Monday. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.